induction, induction, ball, induction, sphere, induction, ball, sphere, ball, induction, sphere, induction, ball, sphere, ball, induction, sphere, induction, ball, sphere, ball, induction, ball, induction, weir, 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 weir. Ball, induction, sphere, induction, ball, sphere, ball, induction, sphere, induction, ball, sphere, ball, induction, sphere, induction, ball, sphere, ball, induction, sphere, induction, ball, sphere. Gravity is not an autonomous field modality.
The fuck did you just say?
Ball, induction, sphere, induction, ball, sphere, 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 ball.
Ahoy hoy, I am Planner Walk, and welcome to this live debunking stream, and that was a tune called Ballsphere by AB Science, who we actually have on the panel today.
Hello, hello, hello.
Let me just switch over to everything so that people can... There we go. I'm just wondering... I think I shut down the Discord thing. Ah, there we go. Now everyone can be able to... Now everyone can be able to see who's speaking and who's on the panel. So, go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Silence. Okay, I'll start off there. Yes, hello. I'm AB Science. I do stuff on YouTube involving equations and shit, and the occasional bit of silly music. So, hello.
And we've also got Hugh Jarsz.
That's me. Greetings and salutations, everyone. I actually became a YouTuber this week. I've put out my first video, a collaboration with Crafty Keeler. And we took on Nathan Oakley, and he's already responded. So hopefully we'll have a look at that a bit later on.
And
He's already responded. He's thirsty for attention, isn't he?
Well, he said thanks for the promotion, but he's promoting me, so...
Yeah, he's a thirsty little bitch.
Yes.
I just noticed someone in the chat who's also from Australia, Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe. I thought he was Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. Maybe he...
It's the same icon, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he shaved up a bit. Anyway, well, today currently we've got 2 videos, but, you know, I'm always open to debunking more than 2 videos. You know, we're going to start with a video by Ranty that was suggested by Hugh Jarsz, and then we're going to move on to Ken Wheeler, the person featured in that Ball Sphere song, so that should be fun. And so yeah, let's get started. So we're going to start with debunking conspiracy cats on the fly, and this should be good because I see that it's Conspiracy Cats' video from a few days ago called "This is the worst flat Earth video I've ever seen," and yeah, it should be fun to see how this goes. So just let me know if you want to pause it. If you want me to pause it, just say, and I'll go ahead and pause it. There shouldn't be too much latency for you guys. And you
Okay, just a heads up on the introduction. We didn't hear the audio from the video, so I don't know if that's going to be an issue for this.
Well, I had myself muted and deafened.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right, let's see how it goes.
Should be live. We should be live. I'm just going to wait and see whether or not this filters through, because we do have Conspiracy Cats actually in the chat, which is absolutely awesome. Yes, indeed, we are live. So let's get that on pause. Right, okay, so Conspiracy Cats, the title of this is debunking conspiracy cats on the fly. Brandon Toy,
kinda like
nice to
what we're
see you
doing.
in, mate. And conspiracy cats, as I say, nice to see you in as well. Conspiracy cat says this should be good, with a smiley face. And conspiracy cat says, go on what? Okay, so Ruhif, here we go. One of Conspiracy Cat's fellow Globe Earthers has come in and said this should be hilarious, and Tricky Woo is here saying we are live. Indeed, we are live. Right, okay, so I guess you want to know where Conspiracy Cat's made his mistake in this. Now, I have to say that the flat earther that did the presentation could have done it a little bit better. Let me put it that way. He did the presentation apparently in Lytham St. Anne's. If I'd have known that, I'd have actually gone along. I didn't even know that the did things like this in these locations. But there we go. He did a flat Earth presentation there, and Conspiracy Cats obviously took apart his presentation. Now, you've got to understand that a lot of people that go out of the way to make these presentations in town halls and stuff, you know, they haven't probably done an awful lot of these presentations, so a lot of it's going to be quite sticky. So it was quite easy for Conspiracy Cats to make a little mocking video there. But he did say something that was incorrect. I am going to pick him up on that. By the way, is that a P900 that you have there? That looks like a P900. Pretty awesome.
I like how Randy instantly recognises
whether or not
that.
that's a P900. It looks like one. Might even be a P1000 actually. No, I think it's actually a P1000 by the look of it. It's bigger than a P900. But anyway, we'll find out. Raki Alive says we are live, and Gasly's in. Nice to see you in. Brandon Cook. Conspiracy Cat says this advert is going on a bit. Hold on, mate. Listen. I know you're eager to find out where you messed up, but listen, I'll get down to it in a moment. Just calm your horses. Here we go.
Jesus
Right.
Christ, this is a long preamble.
So
It is.
to a point where we're talking about flights, and I want you to listen to what Conspiracy Cats is going to say here. This is the important part. Now, Conspiracy Cats is going to try and make a claim that the flight paths that this gentleman pointed out would make more sense on a flat plane, and he's going to try and say that that's incorrect. Now, listen to his wording. It's very interesting here, what he says. Here we go.
And your conventional map, let's see what these routes look like. So, here we have Santiago, South America. Yeah? Up to that, the east coast of America, across to the west coast, and down to Sydney. Does that make any sense to you? They're flying twice.
Yes.
The passengers are, it's
That
taking
makes
the best part of 3
complete
days to
sense.
get there.
Yeah.
If you could get there in 14 hours.
Stop
Why
that
is it
for a moment. Pause there.
Okay.
Oh, you want to say something too?
Yeah, because why would that flight path be chosen? I mean, just off the top of my head, I would say, well, there aren't going to be many people who are in need of a direct flight from Sydney to Santiago. From Sydney to LA, for example, is going to be a much busier route. So it is probably going to be cheaper to fly from Sydney to LA, and then from LA to, I can just about see that, was that Dallas maybe, and then down to Santiago. It just makes sense.
Yeah. Well, one of the advantages is filling up seats. So you might have a flight from Sydney to LA, which has half of all the seats filled, and just say you've got some people that want to fly. Just say there's a plane with 60 seats, right? 30 people want to fly from Sydney to Santiago. 30 people want to fly from Sydney to LA, right? And then you've got 15 people that want to fly from Sydney to Dallas, and then you've got another 15 people that want to fly from Sydney to Santiago. It makes more sense to stick them all on the same flight from Sydney to LA, and then you can put the 30 people that still have another flight on the flight from LA to Dallas, and then also fill up the other 30 seats from because maybe you've got 15 people that want to fly in LA that want to fly to Santiago, and you've got 15 people that want to fly to Dallas. So you put them all on the same flight, and then you've got the 30 people that want to fly to Dallas. You leave them in Dallas, and then you take the other 30 people to Santiago. It's far better than just having a direct flight, unless there are some people that do want to fly directly to Santiago, in which case there would probably be a higher price for those people.
There are 2 flights a week directly between Sydney and Santiago, and also Auckland, I think, and Santiago.
Yeah,
fair enough. But the point is that in my region, right, we have a small airport serving our region, and now I fly regularly to Canada and back. But for flights from our region, it just doesn't make sense to have a flight directly to Canada. Because if we get, if I'm at the airport on the flight in the morning, there are probably about 5-6 people maybe that are going to Canada. What actually happens is we fly an hour first in the opposite direction to Amsterdam, and then get on a plane to Canada. And it's that to Amsterdam. Not everyone there is going to Canada. They're going to lots of different locations, but it's just a connecting flight to a massive international hub, rather than having a flight directly from that local airport to fit on that plane. Then why fly direct?
You can see that map up in the top corner there. So there's a red line, and you can't see it very well on this particular pause, but on other ones, you'll see that the red line goes to the north of New Zealand. That's important for later on, so we'll pause later on. Also, look at the yellow line, which is if you don't fly on the 2 days that they have direct flights to Santiago, you have to go through the US because that's the only flight available. But compare that yellow line to the line that would be on the flat Earth map, and they'll show that later on as well. It's different.
Yeah.
Basically, on the flat Earth map, you have to go over the pole.
Have you?
What's that?
Yeah.
I suppose you recommend this. I was just wondering, you've seen this video already then? But
Yeah.
I've seen the original Conspiracy Cats video.
But it's important to remember where those yellow and red lines are, because that's important later on.
Yeah, but I personally haven't seen the Ranty video, or what he supposedly debunks Conspiracy Cats on. So we'll continue and see. We'll continue and see what he tries to do.
Taking the red line.
Well, there could be a number of reasons the plane is choosing that flight path. For example, economics. Ask yourself, would it be cheaper to have one plane fly all 3 routes, or 3 planes each flying those routes individually?
That's a very good point, and I have to agree with that, actually. I mean, Conspiracy Cats does have a point there. He says that, it could be down to economics, essentially, and that's the reason that these flights take these flights. But listen to what he says now. This is the important part. This is where you screw up, Conspiracy Cats. I am sorry, my friend, but you really do.
Who knows? But the bigger problem you've got here is that you think the red line is the quickest point between A and B. Now, what you've got to realise is that when we turn a globe into a flat map, you distort the picture. And that means that the fastest path between these 2 points on a globe is anything but your red line.
Oh, dearie me. So the fastest point between these 2 points is anything but on a globe Earth. Let's just play that back again so that we get it.
Yeah, this is typical wordplay, argument from wordplay. Probably not the best choice of words by Conspiracy Cats here, but the actual direct route is the Great Circle route, which actually passes to the south of New Zealand. This is a straight line on a Mercator projection, as Conspiracy Cats said. It distorts what you're seeing simply to make it flat. But if you look at Blue Marble Science's video, which is a response to this, it'll do the Google Map bit, and in fact, Ranty does it a little bit later on. The direct route is to the south of New Zealand, which just debunked right away. He debunks himself later on. Let's continue.
Are you guys streaming?
Oh, I did not expect. Yeah, we are.
Hello.
Yeah, I just got done with my organic chemistry homework, so I have a little bit of a break right now, but I have 4 English assignments all due at midnight tonight. So I need to get those out of the way, and then I can do other stuff.
Okay. Well, anyway, we'll continue on with the video. See what's going on, because I was not. I thought this was locked down to only 3 people. Anyway.
What's going on?
Oh, we're streaming. This is live on YouTube.
Oh, well, shit. Wait, should I be swearing? I don't want to get.
Don't worry. Don't worry. It's.
I'm on this stream. Swearing is going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you don't have the stream number limited at all. Am I a moderator on your server? I don't know.
It's probably because you're a moderator. Anyway, we'll.
It might be. Yeah.
We'll continue on with this video.
Absolutely in context with what he actually just said. Here we go. Listen to this.
But the bigger problem you've got here is that you think the red line is the quickest point between A and B. Now, what you've got to realise is that when we turn a globe into a flat map, you distort the picture. And that means that the fastest path between these 2 points on a globe is anything but your red line.
Oh, anything but your red line. So if we was to turn this into a globe, so this is on a flat plane, so if we turn this into a globe, it will be point A to point B, which is Santiago to Sydney. It would be anything but on a globe. Okay, let's see if that's actually true. Here we go. So I've actually plotted these points out on Google Earth. Here we
You're right, Hugh. He does own himself.
Okay. It's.
And look at the red line on this.
Oh God! I mean, I do love it when people come out so cocky and so fucking sure about all of this and just going, it's like, yeah, absolutely, you are wrong, and such bravado, and then just tragically failing.
Yeah.
Oh God!
I wonder if he notices.
Embarrassing.
I wonder if he notices that little island off the coast of Australia there, or those 2 islands, should I say, off the coast of Australia there, and whether the little red line passes above or below them. I mean,
We don't.
Or just the fact that, that is. Oh God!
Play on so we can zoom in a bit.
yeah.
go. At the bottom here we have Santiago, and up at the top there we have Sydney. So let's scroll in. Let's have a look at this. So here we have Santiago. There we go. There's Santiago.
I do have to give him props though for having the map the right way up.
Let's follow the red line, point A to point B. So this is on a globe Earth,
And
by
then
the
he
way.
screwed it up.
And here we have Sydney. So there we have Sydney.
Oh wait!
Santiago to
Hold
Sydney.
on.
Now, conspiracy cat.
Has he actually?
What?
Has he actually got the? Because there's 2 red lines there. Has he actually got the line that the guy plotted out on the Mercator projection as
Yes,
well?
he does. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Oh, Jesus!
And as the one going off to the right
Well,
there. That's the one.
You see there are 2 lines, right? There's one.
Yeah, I do see the 2 lines. I thought that might have been over to
that's
LA.
supposed to be the yellow lines, is it?
Yeah. Obviously, you can't make it yellow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as you note, the red line, that's the quickest route, goes to the south of New Zealand, not to the north, as it was on the map that the presenting guy had.
Yeah. Funny there. I wonder if he notices those islands off to the east of Australia.
Well, from a Kiwi perspective, Australia was the West Island.
Yeah. Just a quick tangent. Did you know that there's some people that want Australia to be New Zealand? Or to be the I can't remember the exact name. Or essentially they want it to be there's some Australians that want it to be the New Zealand because of the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Prime Minister of New Zealand's response to coronavirus.
Yeah,
okay, that's
fair enough. Understandable.
thing.
I mean, hold on. Isn't your prime minister on maternity leave at the moment
No, I thought that.
and still doing a better job than the Australians? Or was that a different country?
I know that she was
Doing pretty
on
well.
maternity leave a while back, but I'm pretty sure she's no longer on maternity
Yeah, fair
leave now.
enough.
I'm pretty sure of that too.
I forget the time frames, but I vaguely recall, someone going on maternity leave and still doing a better job as prime minister than most Western countries.
Yeah, I think she's doing a good job.
Problem
Some
when you
people
put
may
politicians in
disagree.
government.
What was that?
Oh, they don't do a good job because you're putting politicians in government. You know, that's the problem.
Fair enough.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's something fundamentally wrong with someone who wants to be in power, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
as
something
Adam said,
fundamentally wrong with that.
Those who most seek power should on no accounts be allowed to have it.
Yeah, good point. Anyway,
Precisely.
I'll continue on, see what Ranty rants about.
Said that the red line that he put in is anything but the quickest route on a globe. Well. What do we have here? Here we have Santiago, and here we have Sydney. Now I can't see a quicker route. I really can't. I mean, essentially, I mean, if you look at it from this
right.
angle,
It's not
we
a
are
quicker-
going
there is-
around the globe, and we're going over
It's on the
the
map.
surface of the globe, so we're not actually being able to go through the globe in the land. But essentially, that is the quickest route, Conspiracy Cats. The quickest route
Randy.
on your map, on your globe Earth, from point A to point B, is indeed the same route that he's just pointed out. Now then, if we also put in the routes that he talked about, which is to the east coast and the west coast of America on your globe, this is the route that we would be taking. Here we go. So we go from Santiago down here. Here we go from Santiago. We fly up to the
the
east
yellow
coast
line.
and then to the west coast of America, and then we fly all the way back over here to, what do you know, Sydney in Australia. Okay, so there we go. So this is on your globe map. This is on your globe ball. Now, I'm just going to listen to what you said again, just so that the audience gets this absolutely spot on, and I'm not misrepresenting you in any way, shape, or form. Here we go. Listen to what you say.
But the bigger problem you've got here is that you think the red line is the quickest point between A and B. Now, what you've got to realise is that when we turn a globe into a flat map, you distort the picture. And that means that the fastest path between these 2 points on a globe is anything...
The fastest 2 points on a globe...
The globe is anything but your red line.
Is anything but your red line. Well, let's listen again. Listen to this again.
A flat map.
He's just
you
shown that
distort-
the red line isn't the one.
And that means
means that the fastest
I was
path
trying
between these 2 points...
that the fastest point between these two...
I was trying so hard not to facepalm there.
Yep.
I mean, this is flat Earth in a nutshell, though, isn't it? It's the every argument they've got. Oh, science says this, then blah de blah, blah de blah, blah de blah. But the funny thing here is that he's taking so much care in his mind to not misrepresent cats. But he is misrepresenting it. But he just doesn't realize. And the flat earthers just don't realize that they are misrepresenting it.
I honestly feel disrespected here. I am a New Zealander, goddammit, and New Zealand exists. There is clearly a difference between going to the north of New Zealand versus going to the south of New Zealand.
New Zealand's is, in terms of length, is as big as the UK, isn't it? So it's not insignificant.
It's gonna be a bit longer than that, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure it's roughly the same size as UK, roughly.
It's about 1,000 miles, 1,600 kilometres, I think, from memory.
I can't remember the length of it compared to the UK. Well, I don't know. I know that it's either the same size in length or the same size in landmass. I can't remember exactly which one it is.
chunk anyway.
Ben D says New Zealand is not real. Give up this charade. I will never admit that New Zealand is not real. New Zealand, even if we don't exist, New Zealand lives on in all our hearts.
New Zealand is fake. It's all a conspiracy.
You see, if New Zealand is not real, then where do hobbits come from, eh? Answer that one.
Oh, actually. Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, from the rack somewhere, in the West Country.
Anyway, we'll continue.
In Somerset, by the sounds of it.
Where the pirates come from, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
that's where the actor. That's what the actor who I can't remember his name, but yeah, he did the famous pirate voice, and it was just basically a Somerset accent.
Okay. I don't know what.
In terms of privateers, they chose a lot of men from Somerset because they were good sailors. But anyway, that's not the point we're talking about right now.
Yeah, I haven't. I barely know what you're talking about. You see, I'm young, so I sometimes don't get references.
Yeah, that's true.
Anywho, we'll continue on and
Education, mate.
Hopefully we'll finish off this video. And I like the video that's recommended to Ranty, and it's The Earth Still Isn't Flat by Professor David.
Such an epic fail.
Yeah. Anyway,
2 points.
Points on a globe is
On a globe.
anything but your red line.
Is anything but your red line. Well, conspiracy cats. And I can see that you have your friends in the chat trying to back you up, saying that I've got this wrong. Absolutely not. Your words are absolutely crystal clear. You're saying that on your globe Earth, that the point...
Now, this is very important because you'll see in the background there oops, hang on, can we go back to conspiracy cats? Sorry, the stream's a bit behind what we're talking about.
Yeah, it says Conspiracy Cat said I have to change the title of my video this morning.
Okay. Important point here. Look in the background to conspiracy. Well, from our point of view, conspiracy cat's right. There's a bottle of booze and a tube of cream. Bottle of booze helps him forget the fact that he's watching this video, and the cream soothes his face because of all the face palming he must have done to make it.
So that's how we deal with facepalm.
Well, I know for a fact that bottle is. I'm surprised. I'm very disappointed with Cats because he was supposed to have sent that to Gary.
Oh yeah, I remember something about that.
I'm pretty sure that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were supposed to send that one to Gary. So he's not living up his end of the deal.
The thing
He goes
is,
through a lot of alcohol watching Flirth videos.
the thing that I'm just confused about is that like tissues next to that bottle of cream or whatever it is? I'm not sure it's a bottle of cream anymore. Pretty sure it's something. Something
yeah.
else. Maybe he's been producing some more of them chemtrails.
And there's a Millennium Falcon.
It's a space comma,
And
actually.
there's that Millennium Falcon as well. So maybe it's just yeah, he's got some weird shit going on there.
Yeah, I probably don't know. I'd probably don't want to know what Katz is doing in his spare time.
Anyway, I thought that was an amusing thing to look at.
Yeah. All right, we'll continue on. See what Randy
Any more
says.
face palms you didn't fit in, yeah.
Yeah. All right, we'll put it back to where we were just before.
It's between Santiago and Sydney. It's anything but the quickest route from point A to point B, and that this is wrong. So I'm sorry, but you screwed up, mate. You screwed up. The guy that did the presentation has it absolutely correct. He plots his route on your globe, and it is twice as far. I mean, we can go down to the distances if you like. We've got.
I'm still offended
pattern
by
alignment.
this.
The line measure is the distance between point A and point B on your globe. So if we go to the measurements, we have 7,065 miles. That's the distance from Santiago to Sydney. So that's okay on that. And then when we put the path in to actually find out
my god,
the route that
string
he
and
was
use
talking
one is
about,
right.
go to the measurements.
He does kind of sound like Antonio Subratz. Has anyone noticed?
Yeah, similar accent. Yeah.
I never noticed this before.
I haven't really watched any of. No, to be honest, I never watched any of the flat Earth stuff, but it does ring a bell. Yeah, I think that's the way they're speaking.
Because Randy's he lives in Blackpool, doesn't he?
I feel like though.
I think he does.
Yeah, it's not quite a Scouser accent. It's a
Hugh Jarsz, you've seen the full video, haven't you? Does Randy say anything more of substance, or is it just continuously rambling on about this? What?
He's basically debunked himself, and that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How does one do so badly? How does one ignore the entirety of New Zealand?
And draw a line on a map, see it clearly go to the north of New Zealand on the flat map, and to the south on the globe, and say they're the same.
Yeah. In fact, this would be...
Well, also, if he...
Continue?
He must have removed the lines of longitude and latitude, because I'm pretty sure that is the default setting, isn't it?
Not in Google Earth.
So he must know that line... Oh, is it not? Because I would have figured he must realize that line doesn't run anywhere near parallel to the line of latitude as it does in the little Mercator projection.
Maybe he got confused by switching the map upside down. As you can see that he put, when he zoomed up on Santiago, it was upside down. Santiago Chile was upside down compared to...
That could be something he's confused by, but I think there are many other things that he's confused with.
Well, yeah, I think that's obvious that there's many other things that he's confused with. Like, he lost his mountains, remember?
Oh, yeah. Where's the mountain? Can't find the mountain.
That was...
Ball.
The land of Middle-earth sheepshaggers exists. But Kiwis are Aussie mates. Mess with them, deal with us too. Day planer walk in guests.
That was from John Rapp there.
Here's up for John Rapp.
Yeah, apparently we're all middle-y...
Depends with the sheepshaggers. I don't, but...
What was that? Something happened. AB Science...
Huh?
Your audio came through really weird there.
I don't know. I think they may be talking. Oh. But yeah, the sheepshagger thing. I mean, I'm not Welsh, but, I live in Wales and, I'll take it on their behalf because, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think that... until discovering the whole thing... Before discovering the whole Welsh sheepshagger thing, I thought it was just New Zealand that was called sheepshaggers, and I only found that out something like last year that Welsh people were called sheepshaggers as well.
The Africans think that Australia are the sheepshaggers.
What?
They're ignoring New Zealand completely. South Africans.
That's odd. Let's hope that they don't discover that we actually shag sheep in New Zealand. So. And then we export it.
I think you can say.
Then we export them, though. So. Anyway, thank you for your super chat.
Well, that's the thing.
John
I read
Rapp.
something the other day that... I read something the other day that even though Wales let you buy your Welsh lamb locally, that even though it's locally produced, the New Zealand lamb has actually got a smaller
Turn
carbon
left at
footprint.
Recalculating.
Turn left.
Okay.
Is that Ranty's GPS? I'm a little bit confused by that super chat.
I'm confused.
Because I know that that's
Santiago?
I know that's a
Albuquerque.
I know that's a GPS reference. You know how when you're going to a particular place and then you miss your turn and it goes recalculating. Oh, it sounded like a GPS voice. Ah, that explains it.
Well, when it says in 100 meters, recalculating. What do I do?
I do like how I haven't heard GPS for a while now. That is partially because when I use my phone, I don't have any voices on it when I use GPS. Because that's generally because I walk everywhere, and if there is a GPS, I am usually making the voices.
I only use GPS if I'm going on a reasonable drive, which we're not allowed to do right now. So it's a shame. I've got the lovely car in the garage there waiting to be driven, and I can't take it anywhere.
Yeah, apparently your lockdown could last for up to 6 months.
Oh, it depends how good we are at it. If we all do what we're doing right now, yes, probably 6 months. But if people relax, it'll probably be more like 18.
Yeah.
As soon as it takes off again, that's the genie out of the bottle. So
yeah, we're doing
well. That's the issue. I mean, unless there are 0 cases in your country, then you may the lockdown. But unless there are 0 cases in your country, it will come back.
Until we have a treatment or a vaccine. So
yeah,
but that could be quite a ways from now. I mean, the treatment, not really seeing much. I mean, you hear some people in the US going on, what is it, hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, I've heard about
hydroxychloroquine. Yeah, that's the one. But
combination with other things.
Really horrible side effects.
Okay, what's the really horrible...
long term, but not short term.
What's the horrible side effects of that?
It's a malaria drug, so it'll give you headaches,
heart attacks,
things like that. So,
oh, heart attacks.
That too, but they're long-term effects, not short-term effects. So, if you're given it, and the course of the coronavirus is a couple of weeks, so if you're given it right at the beginning, it apparently gives you a lot of benefit. But if you get it like when you're too far gone, well, it makes no difference. And then, so you're not going to be taking it for more than a couple of weeks anyway.
Okay, yeah. Because I've heard about some people using it as a treatment, but I've heard that some people actually say that it's a cure. So one of the people that I've heard claim that being a cure is actually a person who is he's an advisor or something to Donald fucking Trump. And, this guy's an advisor to Donald Trump. It's like... What?
Yeah. So there's a lot of weird shit going on there because people like Dr. Fauci and, we've got a lot of really well-regarded and highly distinguished people in the field of immunology, virology, and general medicine and stuff like that. And, they're coming up on the podium, giving their advice and saying their thing. And then you've got Trump storming in straight away and just completely contradicting them.
I've just got a small question, AV Science. Hugh Jarsz, do you hear what is happening with AV Science's voice every so often?
Hearing a bit of a farting noise, you might say, occasionally.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's...
a little bit of a farting noise.
Yeah, it's almost like you're going to activate a certain thing and not quite. It's almost like you're trying to... it's almost like you start to activate some sort of modulation and then you pull off a little bit. It's like some intense modulation.
Okay, so that could be my gate. That could be my gate playing up a little bit, or I've had some audio issues earlier today. Is that better?
I didn't
I'm
hear
not hearing anything now.
Yeah, I didn't hear it just now.
We move on to the next stupid.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, let's move on to the next stupid. I'll try and fix this.
All right, we're going to move on to Ken Wheeler. And he's talking about 5G high band dangers and reality. Let's, I actually don't have any alcohol, but if I had vodka, I'd line up a whole lot of shots.
Okay, so yeah, for the audience, every time he says the word incommensurability, drink, polarity, drink, counterspace, drink twice.
Are you trying to kill the audience?
6:24 in the morning for me.
Oh God! It doesn't matter what time of day it is. We're all on lockdown. We all know that airport rules apply. God, what are some other ones? Ken Wheeler loves to talk about. He'll talk every time he'll claim that something is not a wave, but in the same sentence talk about interference. Down it.
Again, are you trying to kill my audience here?
Well, no, because, we share quite a lot of audience.
I mean, here's the thing. We're supposed to be relieving hospitals of cases, not giving them a whole lot of cases of alcohol poisoning.
Get the stomach pump. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, okay. Don't drink, people.
One person says, "Can I take hits from my bong instead?" Yeah, probably that's. I mean, unless you want to have the first case of marijuana overdose.
Yeah, I would say marijuana overdose that's really hard. But if you're playing drinking games with Ken Wheeler, then that's probably quite likely.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, God. All right. So, a bit of context. I haven't seen this, but someone emailed this in to me to have a look at. I haven't actually watched it because I did fucking 10 videos on him. I've got another to record, and Jesus Christ.
Don't you have like 2 more videos in his lecture series to take?
Yeah, I have 2 left to do. But so I recorded. So 3, 4, and 5. I recorded about 8 videos on parts 1 to 5, and they're all out now. And then we did our thing with the ball sphere and all that.
Yeah.
And I kind of lost the will to live.
I understand that feeling.
I need to record the final part, and I'm actually quite glad because it allows me to kind of update it a bit, because the one that came out 2 days ago, was it yesterday? I recorded that back in December, so it's I can update it all a bit and have a bit of fun with it. But God, this guy's insufferable.
Yeah, I understand, especially when he goes on his word salad tangents that just seem to have.
Yeah, but the only thing that's worse is you having mayonnaise with it.
Well, salad. I don't understand why people don't have mayonnaise with salad. They go together.
No. They don't.
If mayonnaise isn't for salad, then what is mayonnaise for if it's not for salad?
Well, firstly, it's for chips.
Who has mayonnaise with chips?
Most of West Europe.
Been to the UK, have you? They have curry and mushy peas on their chips. They have all sorts of things. Chips is almost their cuisine du jour. Stringer News 1 mayonnaise is for fries, and I'm pretty sure that Stringer News 1 is American as well. So I'm very, very impressed that he understands this.
In New Zealand,
because every American I've spoken to is absolutely horrified by the concept.
In New Zealand, mayonnaise is synonymous with salad dressing.
Well, it could be an ingredient in salad dressing, but not on its own. Come on, dude.
Thousand Island dressing's basically mayonnaise with spices in it. So that is a salad dressing. You wouldn't use it on anything else. You're talking mayonnaise by itself, aren't you?
Yeah, he ate it with mayonnaise on its own.
Yeah,
Yes, you'd use it.
maybe I don't. Maybe I'm not getting the same kind of mayonnaise. Like, is your mayonnaise very vinegary?
It depends. I mean, I suppose that's also in Jesus Christ, this is getting fucking esoteric, isn't it? It depends.
Yes, this is debating flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, your basically your vinegar and the mustard you use are very important. So if you use
Mayonnaise
English mustard and just bad vinegar as you get in the UK, then yeah, you get bad mayonnaise. But you go to West Europe where it's like Dijon mustard or Zanzibar mustard, and then you get an entirely different experience. Okay,
mayonnaise is made from egg whites and oil. So how, if it's vinegary, then to me that doesn't sound right.
You need some vinegar and you need some mustard as well.
Yeah, like my parents make. Here's the thing: my favorite mayonnaise growing up was some store-bought mayonnaise. Some people may disagree. It used to be budget mayonnaise, but they've rebranded to value mayonnaise. And in my opinion, that is the best mayonnaise that there is.
Well, yeah. I mean, we've got a supermarket, Sainsbury's here, and Sainsbury's own. It's not their basics range, but they're just own brand. Mayonnaise is top class. So,
Whereas when it's like certain mayonnaises that I've seen by other brands, it's like, oh, this actually doesn't quite taste right. It tastes. Other brands seem to be too sweet.
I have to say that I once had a mental breakdown in some back end of Havana over a conversation we had about, this is interesting. Your lighter works better than mine. And we compared lighters. And I ended up sitting in the corner in fetal position in outrage out of how fucking stupid the conversation was. And this is getting close to
that way, aren't we?
Yeah, we're absolutely getting there.
Stupid.
All right, let's trigger AB Science into that thing by watching some Ken Wheeler.
I want to watch that.
All right.
I'm close, I can tell.
I gotta say, I thought that was a straight jacket for a second. Like when he came on, I literally thought that he was wearing a straight jacket.
Oh, fucking hell.
To me, he looks like a combination between Jabba the Hutt and an enormous penis.
You're right. Like, how many... Is that 4 chins that he has?
Just one massive one.
So in my comment section, I get lots of people saying "nyuk nyuk nyuk" from Three Stooges.
All right.
Okay.
And lots of references to John Lovitz as well. That may be one for the audience to Google.
One person says he looks like a sci-fi character.
Does, yeah.
This is actually somewhat comical, just his appearance.
Oh god.
I'm actually curious as to if anybody in the chat says something about his appearance.
No, he's very trigger happy with that delete button.
Okay.
Jedi robe. That's a good point from Zell311.
Okay. So whilst you're at it, Planner, Google John Lovitz.
John Lovitz.
With a Z on the end,
yeah. And it's Z, Americans, not Z. Z.
No. It definitely is a Z. It definitely is a Z, and words like civilization and ionization should absolutely be spelled with a Z, because if you look at the etymology of the word...
Where Zealand comes from.
No. Yeah, Zealand. But, if you look at the development of the word and everything, you'll realize very quickly that spelling words like that with a Z pisses off the pedants, and therefore it is more fun.
Good point. I like pissing people off in that way. All right, well, let's see what this guy goes on about.
You should look up this classified government project called Project Bazaar. That's actually what it's called, Project Bazaar. Isn't that a bizarre name for it, right? I think this is the most requested video request I've ever had. Just like countless thousands of people saying, you need to make a video about 5G technology and the dangers. Most people think 5G is one thing, and 5G is not one thing. And if you came here looking for like a tinfoil hat nonsense, then you definitely came to the wrong place. Former ham radio operator actually grew out antennas.
I mean, I get the feeling that there's going to be a lot of tinfoil hattery, so let me put my tinfoil hat on so that they don't, so that the 5G radio waves don't interfere with my brain signals or whatever.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's continue.
A wheeler had a tinfoil hat would be massive. The whole roll, you know.
Did someone say? Did he actually say counter space? I don't think he did. Like someone said.
No, not yet.
Okay.
But they are all aware of what's coming.
Yep.
They solder together and using copper wire build my own Yagi antennas, and was always really interested in field theory. And an extremely young age, on field theory, which is
It's so impressive. He built his own Yagi antenna. Oh god.
I'm more wondering he's interested in field theory.
Yeah, he doesn't understand well what we understand with field theory, but yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's a fake, man. Cows don't live anywhere.
Yeah.
All right. Well, wonder if he has the. I wonder if he will be starting to say counterfields or something, and eventually, you know how he's got his counter space.
So. Counter space.
Yeah, counterfields. It's like a field of counters. What type of counters? I don't know.
Yeah, granite. I don't know. He's not that classy, is he? Nah, linoleum.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
it's incredibly popular. I'm always studying field theory. Talk about electromagnetic radiation. Of course, most people don't even realize that light and radio wave and gamma are all the exact same thing. Everything is, of course, a differentiation between frequency and wavelength. It's like, what's the distinction between radio and visible light and gamma radiation? Like, that's squirting outside of the Chernobyl nuclear reactor. And the only distinction is capacitance. By capacitance, of course, I mean wavelength. Let's actually go over...
Wait.
No. Absolutely not.
Like, he kind of just admitted that light is a wave.
Yeah, firstly, yeah, he admitted that light is a wave, and if you're familiar with his channel, then he will constantly say, no, light is not a wave. But also there's the other things, like, yeah, he is right in saying, you know, visible light, radio waves, X-rays, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they're all electromagnetic waves, and it's all part of a spectrum, but that is not what you get at the Chernobyl site. That is something completely different.
I don't actually know what you get at the Chernobyl site. What do you get at the Chernobyl site?
Well, at a Chernobyl site, basically, there's just a thin carpet of alpha and beta emitters, basically, all across the floor. That's what's there at the moment, and that's not the emission of photons. So you have different types of radiation. You've got your alpha, you've got your beta, and you've got your gamma. And gamma is the electromagnetic radiation that could be, X-rays or gamma rays, right? In the case of nuclear decays, if it comes from the nucleus, it is a gamma ray, right? Mm-hmm. If it comes from electron cascades and stuff like that, it's X-rays. But then you have alpha emitters, where the nucleus emits an alpha particle, basically a helium nucleus without the electrons around it. And then you've got the beta decay, and that's where you've got a neutron decay into a proton, and that emits an electron and an electron antineutrino, or the other way around, where you have a proton decaying down to a neutron, which emits a positron and a positron and antineutrino. I can't remember exactly what particles.
Just
an electron neutrino. Yeah.
I just want to say, haven't they never observed a proton decaying to a neutron? Even though it's predicted by the current model of physics, I'm pretty sure that they've got this huge...
No, it is a thing, but there's a process called electron capture involved.
Okay.
Because we do see this in PET scanners, right? And that's the fundamental principle behind PET scanners, where you have a proton capturing an electron, and then there's some emission. I can't remember the exact mechanisms. This is a long time ago, but basically we have a positron being emitted, and that positron then shoots out and it interacts with an electron nearby. They annihilate, and that produces two photons in opposite directions, and they've got the exact energy of 511 kiloelectron volts. They go in opposite direction, and then that gets detected by the big ring that's around you, and you can then figure out where that annihilation happened, and you can make deductions based on that, because more of those annihilations will take place in tumor sites, for example.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's essentially how it works. But yeah, there are processes by which a proton can decay into a neutron, but a free proton, which is outside of the nucleus and kind of like just buzzing about, that's extremely stable.
Yeah. One thing that I want to one thing that I want to say is thank you for clearing that up for me, because recently I was actually wondering about alpha particles, and I was thinking, well, an alpha particle is definitely not a photon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, a lot of people say that electromagnetic radiation is photons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And because I read something that you've got gamma rays, you've got, or you've got, no, not gamma rays, gamma particles, is it? Or... I'm not sure whether it's gamma rays or gamma
we call
particles.
them in the concept of nuclear decay. When we have a nucleus decaying into a different state, then we're referring it to gamma radiation, because we have just an electromagnetic spectrum, and that is just, photons with different frequencies, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit silly, because we define a gamma ray as a photon that's produced by a decay happening in a nucleus, and an X-ray, we define that as a photon that is emitted from an electron moving from a higher energy state to a lower energy state.
Okay.
But actually the two overlap in frequency, so there is a small band where if you just measure it, you can't distinguish between the two, but if you know the mechanism, then you know what it is, right? Because you have some gamma ray frequencies which are lower than some of the higher X-ray frequencies, but these are just technicalities. They're just photons with a given frequency. Okay. And alpha and beta particles, they are not part of that electromagnetic spectrum, and that's particle emission.
Okay, yeah, that clears things up, because I was actually thinking to myself recently, how can if the electromagnetic spectrum is basically just photons, then how do alpha and beta particles fit onto that? And I was scratching my head, because this is only things that I'd remembered from way back in science class, and I was thinking maybe I've got something wrong from my memory. So yeah, thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, there's a lot around radiation which is completely misunderstood by the general public. And yeah, there's a lot of complexity around it. And then even if you think about what an alpha particle is, there's so many questions around it. You do end up going into quite a lot of nuclear physics.
Yeah. But it's fun to
because
learn
the
that
question
kind of
then is,
stuff.
why is it an alpha particle? Yeah, and why not something smaller or bigger? But there are clever reasons behind that.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll listen to more ramblings from more incoherent...
Oh, sorry, just a quick one from Mandelbrot's set. Did he say alpha radiation has a frequency? Well, actually, alpha radiation does have a frequency because it is a particle, and therefore it has a de Broglie wavelength. So, yeah.
Okay.
But that's something different.
All right, well, let's pick apart Ken Wheeler's video. He still hasn't really gotten to 5G. Like, he's talking about waves and all that. So...
Yeah.
Of 5G technology, because a lot of people think, well, it's 5G, it's one thing, it's 5G, it's dangerous. No, 5G is actually primarily 3 separate entities. I'm not actually against conspiracies, even though I'm not a conspiracy person at all. And by default, Occam's razor states...
Do you want to address AB Science? You'll know more about this, won't you?
Actually, I don't think he is a conspiracy person. It is funny because unintentionally he is, because he does feed off this whole narrative around the scientific consensus as if it's some ivory tower and people tightly controlling information, blah, 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 and that in itself is a conspiracy. But yeah, overall, I don't think he's a big conspiracy nutter.
Maybe I should take my tinfoil hat off.
No, I think the tinfoil hat should be kept because he will say things like LED lights are damaging and lots of really nutty shit. But I don't think he's coming from a conspiracy bend or anything.
Okay.
He's just an idiot.
Science, I'd be interested in your take on what Ross just said in the chat. Light doesn't really travel. It exists instantaneously, but certain densities create the appearance of traveling, which creates a delayed reaction to the viewer and the false belief it is traveling.
Care to make some sense?
I think he's... I think what he's talking about, and I may be incorrect about this, that what he's saying is that the noble gases take some time to actually illuminate. So if you were to turn the sun on, go up to the sun's light switch and just turn it on, it would take some time before you actually have the between pressing that switch and the because the sun would turn on instantaneously like that, right? And then it would take point something of a second for a gas to reach full illumination or something like that. That's what I'm guessing, but yeah. That's my best attempt into that position. Because he didn't get much to work off.
No, he's going to need to give a little bit more to work on there.
Yeah. Like that's the closest thing that I can get to actually making his position make any sense. But yeah, I also got something up for next time you call Ken Wheeler an idiot. So. Alright, anyway.
That logically so, some conspiracies must be true. I'll actually talk about those at the end of this video.
Oh, god damn it.
But let's just start off by stating some facts about 5G and get those out of the way. Then
let's
we can actually talk about some of the inherent, really nice.
All right, let's see if these facts come in.
5G was developed by NASA, which of course is a government organization, in combination with a very cryptic company. It's called Machine-to-Machine Intelligence, which is M2MI, and one specific guy, which I won't mention, for 5G communication technology. There's 3 bands.
So, did he get that right?
I mean, NASA and M2MI are definitely involved in it, but I don't think there were the people that first kind of got involved with it.
That's the source of all the conspiracy around it, the fact that NASA was involved at all.
Yeah. Like as soon as NASA's involved in something, you know, you have all the flat earthers like I think multi TomTom is in the chat somewhere.
He's already accused me from reading from Wikipedia.
Oh yeah, I know. I noticed that.
I challenge you to find the Wikipedia article that uses the ham-fisted wording that I used just now. I'm literally going off a master's degree I did fucking 10 years ago.
Yeah, like.
Oh God! I mean, I could probably find older articles, but the first Google result is an article from 2008. NASA aims partners with M2MI for small satellite communications.
Well, I think
and it's about 5G, but
I think the main reason
it could very well be, but yeah,
I think the main reason why people will jump to NASA being involved is because of satellites, you know.
Well, it's funny how space technology tends to, I don't know, improve communication technologies. It's almost like big, expensive endeavors like that result in technological advances.
The internet died, and then I went to go make food.
All right. Well, you're here so that we can. You're gonna hear a lot of word salad. So get whatever dressing that it is that people use in America ready. All right. Let's.
I have a debate for you guys to settle.
Oh.
Is it morally wrong to eat while in the kitchen?
No, absolutely not. Because it is a well-established fact that whatever you eat while standing up in the kitchen, preferably whilst leaning over the sink, that doesn't contribute to your calorie intake. As long as you haven't sat down and done the proper thing to consume your meal, it doesn't contribute to your calorie intake, and it's absolutely fine.
All right, well, let's.
Okay, because I was eating tacos in the kitchen, and my brother forced his way in, and he's like, "You have to leave because I want to make an apple." Like,
make an apple. Hold on.
Yes.
Was he popping seeds in the ground in the kitchen, growing an apple tree, and waiting for it? Jesus.
I was actually thinking of the end result more than the beginning.
We have an apple cutter, so it like you push it down on top of the apple and it cuts it into 8 equal slices. He was trying to
with a knife.
Because
lazy is that?
Effort.
That's strange. Anyway, well,
yeah.
Not teeth. I mean, you don't need a knife even.
All right. Well, anyway, let's listen to more of Ken Wheeler's incoherent ramblings.
3 major sectors of 5G. There's low band 5G communication technology. There's 3 bands or 3 major sectors of 5G. There's low band, mid band, and then high band 5G. The serious issue, or basically 85% of the worrisome issue, is high band 5G. Low band 5G operates in the sub 1 gigahertz range, and like back in the day, even though we weren't supposed to, I'd actually have radios that you could tune in to 800 megahertz, just sub 1 gigahertz, and listen to cellular telephone conversations. This is the oldest cellular and TV frequencies, and like a lot of European companies want to develop mid-band 5G. The reason for that is it's a lot faster and cheaper, infinitely cheaper to implement. And this is in the 1 to 10 gigahertz range, and this of course covers a lot of current cellular, which depending on the cellular is up in 2 and 2.5 and 3 and 5 gigahertz, and also 2 Wi-Fi frequencies. High band 5G is troublesome for countless reasons, and it actually has these amazing attributes that make it very, they make wireless communications people want to drool, like in the sexy sort of way, because Ericsson, for example, just broke the 5G speed data transfer of 4.3 gigabits per second of download speed. Let me repeat that, basically 4.5 gigabits. That means you could download like an enormous...
I'm wondering how much of what he said was false.
From what I'm hearing, some of the numbers are not quite accurate, but
okay, so
yeah, it's nothing too bad to pick them up on.
Okay, I'll continue.
I think you said the low band of 5G will go up to 10 gigahertz, and I'm pretty sure it's only 6, but, that's pretty inconsequential.
Yeah. All right. I just had to, make sure that was that there's nothing, because he does ramble on for a long time, so make sure that there's nothing that we missed. All right.
Why is he dressed like Luke Skywalker?
He is a deluded man.
Doing the Jedi mind trick right now, actually, with his hand.
Basically,
not the droids you're looking for.
Basically, earlier he looked a lot like Jabba the Hutt. Basically, he's Jabba the Hutt cosplaying as Luke Skywalker. So yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah.
This 4K movie in like 8 seconds. I mean, like a really long, ultra high resolution, and that is absolutely amazing. That's for all the douchebags out there that want to, watch Netflix while they're waiting around in the, in the airport for their flight to lift off. I'm getting to the good part. Just hold on with me. And 5G is a serious issue. It's operating between 20 to 100 gigahertz. The serious issue is it's operating in the mid to mid-upper range on the far end of microwave frequency. It's not ionizing technically, but there's some really serious issues, and it's also a brilliant Trojan horse for nefarious reasons I'll get to here very briefly.
I'm just wondering what he's saying, because like when I've heard people talk about 5G, that they say that it's non-ionizing radiation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how is there a technically to that?
No, there's no technically, right? So 5G will, I think the highest frequency is 86 gigahertz.
Yeah.
Now, to put that in context, red light is the lowest red light frequency, I believe, is around 400 terahertz.
Yeah.
So that's 4 or 5 orders of magnitude larger than that, and that is still not ionizing. It is not until you have some UV frequencies which are ionizing, and then you have the X-ray spectrum. That is the ionizing bit, but we're talking about 6 or 7 orders of magnitude higher energy per photon there. It's not that it's technically not ionizing. No, it's just not ionizing. Simple as that.
What? So I'm just trying to figure out the electromagnetic spectrum, because I know on one side you've got gamma radiation, which would be So if you imagine ionizing, right?
Yeah. So. Yeah. What you have to consider is that you have to think about the mechanism by which a photon can ionize a particle. And what needs to happen is that a photon comes in and it hits an electron in an atom.
Yeah.
And all that energy is deposited into that electron. Now, the energy of an electron is very specific to the band, and if it wants to move up to a higher band, if you think about your Rutherford atomic model that you would have learned about in school, where you have those shells, you have 2 on the inside and 8 on the next one, and you've got those orbits.
Yeah.
Right. That's sufficient. If you take these orbits are related to specific energy levels, and you can move an electron from one orbit to the next farther orbit out, but you need to stick energy into it. Now, if you put in, if an electron gets hit by a photon, it can go into one orbit out because the energy increases as you go out, if the energy is right. But you can have a photon that has so much energy that it can hit an electron and deposit enough energy for that electron just to be completely knocked out from that atom.
Okay.
So you've got an electron flying around off somewhere, but that leaves an atom which is 1 electron short, and that is an ion.
Yep.
But that photon needs to hit that electron with the right amount, with a certain amount of energy.
Okay, so I'm guessing
Now,
that
energy is proportional to frequency.
Okay.
So as your frequency increases, the energy of the photon increases, and so that means that below a certain frequency, the photons will just simply not have enough energy to take that electron and knock it out of the atom. And that is the difference between ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation. But if you think about it, then visible light has energy which is about 5 orders of magnitude larger than the highest frequencies in 5G.
well, they're in the
So it has
terahertz
5
range
orders-
rather than gigahertz range.
Precisely, and it has 5 orders of magnitude more energy. And that is still not sufficient to bump those electrons out of their shell and to ionize it.
Okay. Well, I think I've learnt stuff here today. Not from Ken Wheeler, though. Anyway.
So yeah, there's nothing technical about it. It just doesn't do it. You need much more energy than that.
Anyway, we'll continue on, see what else Ken Wheeler has to say, see if he can point out any more so-called facts. maybe he might be. Maybe everything he says in this video is truthful, apart from what he's gotten wrong so far.
The serious issue with high band 5G is its implementation, since in this range, while the amount of data transfer per second is enormously high and there's incredibly high potential, the implementation is such that these frequencies are not very penetrative of brick and wall. Unfortunately, they're very penetrative of human tissue, and also, too, they interact with polar molecules, in my opinion. This is hardcore.
So...
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So the lower frequencies, yeah, can penetrate quite well. And that's absolutely fine. But they also happen to be the frequencies we've already been using for 4G, 3G, and fucking everything else. The higher frequencies do not penetrate very well at all. And this is actually the whole problem. And this is the whole motivation behind the architecture of the 5G networks, why they're putting up little small cells on top of lampposts and stuff like that. It is because the penetration is really shit. And even if you're walking down the road and you're operating on one of the higher frequency bands, if there's a person between you and that small cell station, then that person that is between you and the station will actually absorb the radiation, and your signal will just crap out. And therefore there needs to be another station nearby in a different direction which you can switch to. That's the whole point behind it.
So I'm guessing although one thing that I'm guessing is that that 5G would be able to travel through materials that don't absorb light. Am I correct? So like
yeah, so different frequencies will be absorbed differently by different materials, right? And it all has to do with how it interacts. So for example, visible light doesn't fucking penetrate anything, right? That's why you can put your hand in front of your eyes and everything goes dark.
I mean, it does penetrate. Like, if I put a light on my hand, then I can have some light going through.
Yeah, there might be not quite good closure, but if, for example, if you look at a light bulb, right, and if you look at a light bulb and then just close your eyes, then you'll see some light penetrating. But if you turn away, it goes a bit black and stuff like that.
It depends
and there's
on the
power
material.
involved as well. Yeah, it absolutely depends on the material. So, for example, UV light can pass through certain materials quite well. But other materials, it fucking sucks at it. And that's why you are pretty safe from a sunburn if you're you're just sitting inside and the sun is hitting you, but it's hitting you through a window, it's absolutely fine because the window actually absorbs all the UV light. And
Okay.
You're not gonna
So
get
I want to point something out. Actually, what we're talking about is radio waves versus radiation, which are two completely different things.
Well,
it's like that argument on Twitter where this one chick thought melanin and melatonin were the same thing when they're completely different chemicals.
Yeah, I mean, radio waves are a type of radiation.
Right, but they don't. Okay.
It's not ionizing radiation.
It's not alpha
the whole point.
rays or beta rays or gamma rays. It's
No, but that's what we covered earlier. It's gamma rays are the ionizing part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Alpha and beta emissions are completely different things.
Yeah,
they're a completely different thing. But microwaves are definitely radiation, but they're just not ionizing radiation.
What they can do though is heat up water, which is why they have those screens on the microwaves. So
yeah, and I suspect that we will go into that and the mechanisms by which it heats water, because don't be confused for a second, right? Microwaves in sufficient intensities can cause some serious damage, provided that they have the right intensity and the penetration depth. But
the frequency has to be on the same wavelength as the water molecules.
No. That's a misconception. That's a misconception. It doesn't have to be in resonance with water molecules, because that's a different mechanism you are thinking of. You are thinking about the stretching and contracting, the resonant frequencies of the bonds in the water molecules. Mm-hmm. But we're talking about a different mechanism here where microwaves cause that heating through through dielectric heating. And basically the thing is that water molecules are polar, right? So in an electric field, they are small little dipoles, and that like to align with an electric field. So if you apply a microwave to it, which is a time varying electric field, it tries to constantly align itself with the electric field. But at one moment, the electric field points in one direction, at the next moment it points in the opposite direction. So it tries to rotate. But as it does that, it bumps into other particles, and that kinetic energy is dispersed through the medium. But this is not quite to do with the resonance that you're talking about. A different range there.
That actually clears a lot of things up. I'm learning today.
There is a resonant frequency for water, which is just below 24 gigahertz. There's one resonant frequency, and this is actually my objection to 5G technology, because we've got this frequency band, this mid-range frequency band. I think it's around 24.5 to 50-ish somewhere hertz, and there is a resonance in water just below that band. Right, it's just outside that band, and the issue then becomes that there is, where you're transmitting signals, there's always some out of band noise, just some stuff that sticks out of the band that you intend to transmit, and we're anticipating that, well, that there is some noise outside of that band that can excite those water molecules and cause them to emit a signal. And there's been a big thing about telecoms conferences quite recently, late last year, where there was a battle between scientists around how much out-of-band noise would be allowed for 5G technology. And the meteorologists were saying, well, we need this to be very small. We need this to be, I think it was minus 55 dB or something like that. So it doesn't interfere with our weather tracking satellites. But the telecoms industry battled against that and said, no, we need higher limits. Otherwise we can't operate. And basically in the United States, the telecoms companies, they won out, and that means that the federal regulations state that they can have an out-of-band frequency, out-of-band noise level, which can actually cause serious interference with weather tracking satellites. And we're not talking about, silly things like, oh, is it going to rain tomorrow? No, we're talking about hurricanes. We're talking about climate change and all of those things. And these issues can be seriously impacted by the whole lax approach to these regulations.
That's the... I don't know if I said it in the video, but that's the objection that... that's the actual issue that I have said about when it comes to 5G. Because some people will... some people will go on about conspiracies, and it's like, well, there's actual issues with 5G, and we can focus on those actual issues, but just don't bring conspiracies into it, because one of the problems that you have when you focus on conspiracies is people tend to go to the things that they can easily debunk, like conspiracies saying that 5G is causing coronavirus or whatever. Whereas when there are actual issues such as 5G interfering with weather satellites, like you just said, and it's easy to ignore the actual issues when people are tainting it with conspiratorial issues.
Yeah, so it absolutely is. There's a bit of a muddying the waters there. And I've got that same issue with anti-vaxxers, for example, where, you've got this whole anti-vax narrative, and, that is pretty fucking shocking that exists. But you are detracting from the fact that, no, the pharmaceutical industry is fucking evil. It really is. It is just not evil in the way that these people suggest it is. And that completely distracts from the whole issue and the whole problem. But the irony is, like, if these people would just shut up and listen, then they would realize that the problems in the pharmaceutical industry are actually far scarier and far more sinister than anything they can dream of.
Yeah, there's actually been a video that I've been thinking about making called In Defense of Big Pharma, right? Because the way that I see it is there are problems with Big Pharma. You can actually go to there's this website similar to Metabunk. I think it's like Bad Science or something like that.
Bad Science, that's Ben Goldacre's work. Yeah.
Yeah. And essentially I believe that there is some things on Big Pharma and the problems with Big Pharma on there. And
he's written several books on the topic. Listen to him. He will really highlight the problems with the pharmaceutical industry. Yeah. And it's terrifying.
Yeah, so when it comes to Big Pharma, yes, there are issues. But at the end of the day, Big Pharma is trying to make a profit, right? And if you die from things like cancer, they can't make a profit off of you.
Well, yeah, that's the issue, because there's so many things like, oh, they won't make it because there's no patent on it. Well, please, can you explain to me paracetamol? Because there absolutely isn't a patent on that, and pharmaceutical industries still make it.
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, are they going to do a lot of research into it because there's no chance of a patent? Probably not. But there are other mechanisms in place because, universities and hospitals, they do research, and it's not always funded by the pharmaceutical industry.
Well,
right, a lot of that acts quite independent from it.
Or there is extracting the active ingredient. So just say there's certain things that just say that there was a cure for cancer out there in some natural remedy or whatever. Extracting the active ingredient, like doing research to extract the active ingredient, then that would be a lot better than.
And there's a patent in that as well, right? I'm just in the process of filing a couple of patents, and They're not kind of new, kind of big discoveries. It's just how to do stuff.
Yeah.
It's how to make a thing. I mean, I can't patent the end product. I can't patent, the ingredients. I can't do anything like that. But I can patent the method.
Yeah.
For doing it.
Yeah, there's heaps of ways that Big Pharma can make profit without, without just straight up lying.
Yeah, but also, there are many other issues within the pharmaceutical industry, and and people like the author of the blog you mentioned, Bad Science. He's working with policymakers. He is now an advisor for the UK government, and actually working on checks and balances for the pharmaceutical industry that not only will provide a cheaper pharmaceutical sector and a safer pharmaceutical industry for the people, but also a more profitable one. Okay. And one of the key things is, and this is quite a technical thing, because what pharmaceutical companies will do is they will set up trials. And they'll set up trials into their drugs, and they'll test one drug, and they'll set up 10, 20 trials possibly, and just by chance some of them will show a statistically significant positive result, and they will publish on that, but all the other trials don't get published. So they have a thing called pre-registration, and really enforcing that. So every trial that's being performed, make sure that that's registered, and then make sure that the results are registered. And how that helps the pharmaceutical industry is that they can look at their competitors' results, and they no longer invest in dead-end research. And they can help focus. And that really works, because then the research becomes more focused, because that is the biggest expense to the pharmaceutical industry is the research. And if there are methods for them to cut down the costs in the research, then they save money, and they can deliver cheaper drugs. And in the UK, that helps the taxpayer. In the US, helps the insurance companies, and that hopefully will be passed on. That saving will be passed on to the consumer, but I fucking doubt it, because
US needs an overhaul in its medical industry. Complete overhaul, I think.
Yeah.
One thing I do have to say that's way off topic is by Mandelbrot Set, who said something entertaining, saying that Planet Walk makes me hungry for a Hershey's Kiss for some reason. And I've never really thought about the tinfoil hat in that way.
Yes.
Anyway, we're only 5 minutes.
Ferrero Rocher.
I don't think it's quite like a Ferrero Rocher. I think actually if Hershey's Kiss is what it's closer to. But
if you turn it around 180 degrees, you'll look like a majestic silver unicorn.
Anyway, we'll continue with this video and see if he says anything of substance.
Scientific fact, but I'll talk about that in a second. Basically means they're going to have to stick these little bastards all over the place, these high-band 5G, and that's a serious issue. Even though they're not putting out an enormous amount of power. Like current cellular repeaters that you see everywhere, depending on their height and location, they're putting out between 20 to like 50, 40 watts of power, whereas like a high-band 5G is putting out 2 to 15 up to 20 watts. So at the very high end, it's putting out maximum power of low end of current cellular repeater technology.
This is refreshing.
But they actually have to use a lot more of them. And then this actually has some...
What do you mean this is refreshing? Like he's getting something?
Because you get so many people shouting, it's like, oh, they can put out the 900,000 watts and blah blah blah, ridiculously high numbers, and they'll say, yeah, that's these little these small cell base stations on lampposts, and so yeah, they'll spit out 900,000 watts and all of that. Oh, I've been disconnected.
Oh, wait,
I was disconnected for some reason.
I got disconnected too.
Okay, that's strange.
That's weird. But yeah, they'll say that, these things on the lampposts will spit out 900,000 watts and stuff like that. It's like, no. It absolutely doesn't. And actually, I'm quite surprised to see that he got this right. It's around 20 watts.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest here. I'm not a physics person. I'm majoring in genetics. Genetics is my knack, not physics. So until you guys start talking about stuff that I actually know what I'm talking about, I think I'm just going to sit it out.
Okay.
Well, the problem is I am a physicist and I cannot attempt genetics because genetics is not a subject that mere mortals such as myself should attempt.
Just remember,
I don't know why.
ATG is a starting sequence.
Yeah, I cannot remember any of my genetics. It's terrifying. I mean, I can talk to you for hours about how to damage genes and, radiation damage to DNA and all of that and how that completely fucks things up. But yeah, I can't actually do the real genetics.
But you wouldn't...
It's fun, though.
But you wouldn't be able... you'd be like me, you'd know what a ribosome is, but you wouldn't... be able to, I can't remember for the hell of me what that thing is that pulls the particular gene up to stop it from being read. I can't remember what it is.
An inhibitor?
Yeah, something like that. I'm pretty sure that there's a particular name for it, but I can't remember what it's called. I've been watching a few.
Well, this is my
SciShow.
This is my issue with biology. This is my issue with biology. It involves lots of clever shit, and it involves lots of remembering stuff. And me remembering stuff is fundamentally incompatible with my drinking habits.
Well, the class that I'm taking right now, genes and gene expression, is it's a lot more probability centered, so there's a lot more math than there is memorization. You just have to know, it's like a puzzle, really. And for some reason, I seem to be the only student that's not struggling with it.
Yeah, but if I can give you, for example, the equivalent, because in physics, we've just got a simple thing of potential energy. Well, total energy is equal to potential energy plus kinetic energy, and you can figure out pretty much the whole universe from that shit.
What about when it comes to relativity?
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, same thing. I mean, that's the Schrödinger equation is literally just total energy is equal to kinetic energy plus potential energy. That's all it is.
Okay.
Right? When we're talking about special relativity, we're talking about, it's just the energy is equal to that. And pretty much everything can be derived from those simple statements. Now, this is a big problem because when I did my exams, I was just like, I can figure the shit out. But then I'm like, oh shit, I can't remember it. Now I have to derive it from first principles. Time's up.
I have to say, BM Verbal had a great comment. Isn't gene expression the final scene of most adult movies?
You mean
no, that's those genes are definitely not expression. They're definitely not expressed.
No, I think he's talking about the formation of a zygote, which comes after. It's basically what happens when you impregnate someone, but.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any fertilization happening there. I mean, I think it ends up on the wrong part of the body generally, doesn't it?
Or inside a piece of plastic or rubber. I'm not really sure because the condoms I use are latex free because I'm allergic to latex. So I'm not sure what normal condoms are like.
Well, it still doesn't cross that barrier, but if it does, then you're screwed.
Yeah, bing
Not
bong.
in my case, because I have an IUD.
Oh, that's why it's best to have multiple forms of contraception. Hopefully someone out there is learning something about contraception today. Actually, it would probably be good if people weren't learning anything about contraception because it means that the education system is failing everyone. So, hopefully...
After all, life is a sexually transmitted disease.
True.
But true.
But I do have... But to get it back to conspiracy stuff and all that, or one person did say something, jism, so well, that brings everything right back to Flat Earth and conspiracy and
Yep.
back to continuing with Ken Wheeler's video on...
Okay, I'm gonna step out since I don't know how to argue either way for this. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about in this area. So I'm just gonna go.
It's hard to argue physicists, but
Bye.
don't have another.
Have fun. Alrighty.
Right.
Let's look at someone who probably needs contraception over his entire body.
Some brilliant attributes for Snoopy entities and people that want to do nefarious things. Like, I'm going to get that in a second. The G in 5G is just a generational thing. There's not like one thing that is 5G. It just means it's the 5th generation of wireless technology, bidirectional communication. But like I said, you got low band, mid band, and high band. And the Europeans and the Australians too, I believe, want to develop mid band because it's a lot faster and a lot cheaper. But the possibilities for 5G high band are incredibly high, and you could charge people out the nose for it and just put up these, especially in urban areas. You could put up 100 of these little suckers and charge people out the nose, and you could do some amazing stuff as far as downloading. There's a lot of other issues, but anyway, the 5G is not just one monolithic thing. People that are talking about all the tinfoil hat crap that's everywhere on the internet and YouTube, talking about 5G millimeter wave, which at high band 5G it is millimeter wave, it's microwave end spectrum issues. But I mean, all these people just talk about 5G like it's one thing. It's just complete and absolute BS. Now let's get into the serious issues and talk about harmonic sympathy. And like I said, if you ever want to do a Google search on that, government classified. I think it's part of it's been declassified, but heavily redacted.
Let's gear up for this.
Bizarre,
all right.
Which I know is a really weird name, but hey, the government's got all sorts of weird names for stuff. Let's just talk about a fact of high-band 5G that the government wants to implement, somewhere right around the range of 30 to 100 gigahertz, the majority of which could be around 30 to 80 gigahertz. I don't know if you know this fact. This is not my opinion. It's a hardcore fact that microwave radiation is a sponge. I'm trying to think of the best analogy so you could grasp this, that the polar nature of the water molecule, polar molecules in the entirety, are extremely absorptive of microwave frequency radiation. By the way, the bipolar, like here we have oxygen molecule and 2 hydrogen over here. We're talking about the actual bipolar water molecule. This is a fact, and there's countless tests done on mice. I said rice there for a minute. Mice and other animals. The water molecules in human tissue, brain tissue, all our tissues are extremely absorptive of, and it's not just heating. You actually can have harmonic sympathy, and the serious issue where 5G, high band 5G can be a serious issue is an upper sideband and lower sideband manipulation of human behavior. And we'll talk about that in a second. This is not tinfoil hat stuff. This is actual fact.
Wait, hold on. Did it just go into human behavior?
Yes. What? Do you want me to read? I think I think I know where he's getting confused, right? I think he's saying that because the water molecules are bipolar, that can influence human behavior or something. I think that's what he's going on about. Where actually, I think
is he confusing bipolar with dipolar?
Yes, I think he is.
Right, I'm gonna have to step out for a sec. I'll be back in a sec.
Let me guess. You need your what is it? Vodka or whatever it is that he's drinking. I think
taking a Riley.
I think he's. I think he's getting some alcohol because one person says that's why they're depressed, drinks too much water, and it's turning you bipolar because the water is bipolar, not dipolar.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah.
All right, let me drink some more water to get depressed.
It's water. You can put vodka in that bottle, and no one would know the difference.
True. That would make me not depressed. I can't. I think I'm gonna have to rewind to just make sure that I know what he's going on about. But yeah, I'm just whilst I'm looking at things, I just noticed a comment. These measures are needed to help reduce blah 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 blah. Where did you get that from? I know dozens of scientists who completely disagree. You're just parroting BS that you heard on the mainstream media. You are absolutely incapable of building your own opinions based on facts and analysis. I used to believe Germans are all brainwashed, but now I realise that this is way worse in other countries. And let's be honest. Let's be honest. The UK is the epicenter of complete ignorance and love for an authoritarian police state where the police are such douchebags they refuse to go after rape gangs for the fear of being called racist, but just love to go after normal, aka white. Oh my god damn it, citizens for any little shit for arrest foreign journalists without granting them a lawyer under some anti-terrorist laws, without even accusing anyone of terrorism. Fuck the UK. It's on my personal travel ban list for life. Thanks for leaving the EU. Well, here's the thing. I'm not even in the UK. I'm in a place where measures such as lockdown is working. Lockdown is having an effect. For example, I can bring up a graph which graphs which show that the amount of active cases is going down.
Same in Australia.
Mind you, that doesn't mean that lockdown is necessarily working. It just could mean several other things.
Yeah, it's a combination of some factors, but I think that lockdown, by the looks of it, has had a impact. There is definitely a correlation between lockdown and...
Absolutely. Lockdown is a thing that works. But yeah, it just because the number of active cases is decreasing, that could mean a number of things.
Well, the active cases did start decreasing after 2 weeks of implementation of lockdown, which is what you'd expect if lockdown was having a significant effect.
Yeah, it's a good test, and it's one of those things that qualitatively it looks good, but testing it, that's a different thing. But yeah, lockdown is gonna work. It's simple as that.
Yeah. So did you get?
I'm just holding you to account for your first principles.
I mean, it's not a problem anyway, because in New Zealand, sheep are immune to COVID-19. So
yeah, although cats aren't apparently, so that could be an issue.
Though, which is good.
What?
I hope you haven't been able to hear my dogs, which are barking in the background.
No, I haven't heard them. I do want to ask AB Science, did you get your vodka?
I got another pint of Guinness.
Yeah. But did you hear the comment that I read out, AB Science?
I heard a little bit.
Yeah, they were going on about authoritarian police states in the UK and saying that they're more likely to arrest white people, and they actually used the word normal and then said AKA white, and it's like, oh my god, this person is...
I am a white person. You can hear my accent. I can perform. I can carry out some pretty horrible crimes and probably get away with it.
Yeah.
It's there is a I mean, I've said it before. My relationship with the police isn't, my opinion of the police as a concept. Yeah, great, but in a way, how it's practically working at the moment, I'm not too happy about it. There's some there which are just demonstrably false. Talking about the child grooming gangs, I'm assuming that's a reference to was it the Rotherham Ring issue was evidence.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's going on about for half of that comment. He's basically...
who was it?
Let me see the name of the person who left the comment. Theodore Witter. And
right. I don't know.
I said I'm pretty sure I said something about lockdown and how the measures are needed to help reduce cases of coronavirus. And he says, so he quotes me saying, these measures are needed to help reduce ... and then says blah 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 blah. Top tier scientific argument there. Where do you
absolutely.
Where do you get that from? I know dozens of scientists who completely disagree. You are just parroting BS that you heard on the mainstream media. You are absolutely incapable of building your own opinion based on facts and analysis. I mean, I've been analysing this, and I've seen that it appears that lockdown is helping to reduce cases of coronavirus in New Zealand. So, it's kind
of... the thing is, right, so... and this is quite, quite complicated for me to do without diagrams and stuff like that. But in the way that you model I'll preface this with I'm not an epidemiologist, but I do know maths. The way that you model an outbreak is that you have 3 containers or 3 compartments, where you have the first compartment is susceptible, the second compartment is infected, or the number of active cases, and then the third compartment is the removed. So that and these are the people that have either recovered or they've died, and the assumption is that once you're recovered or dead, you cannot spread the disease.
Yeah.
And this is called the susceptible, infected, removed, SIR model. Now, the number of new infections is obviously going to be proportional to the number of susceptible cases, number of people that are available to be infected, the number of infected people, and then there's some coefficient, and this is gamma. And the coefficient, that is the probability of infection. And the biggest factor that determines that probability is the amount of contact there is between infected and susceptible people.
Yeah.
So if you reduce the amount of contact between infected and susceptible people, you are going to reduce that coefficient.
Yeah.
Therefore, you are going to reduce the number of people that move from susceptible to infected. This is extremely basic, and this is why social distancing, right?
Yeah. Like I haven't even been going out during the lockdown. I do like to joke that that I haven't gone out of my house in like 2 months, but in reality, I haven't gone out of my house in 2 weeks since lockdown started. Last thing I went out of my house to do is to get this game here, a game called Lost Sphere, which I've already platinumed. It's a good game though.
I'm surprised that you haven't actually started. You're actually doing this tonight, because Final Fantasy VII remake just came out.
Oh, I can't go out to get it.
You didn't get it online?
No, I.
Steam, wouldn't you?
You should have pre-ordered it, because
I did pre-order it though.
Oh, because in the UK, Square Enix sent all the physical pre-orders out early, so everyone who pre-ordered a physical copy got their copy before the release date.
Yeah, and that's I've already come into contact with some spoilers, unfortunately, which has actually kind of pissed me off, because apparently, so any spoilers for anyone, apparently it's not a remake but a reboot.
Yeah, it's a reinterpretation. I mean, Mrs. Science is, she's a big fan, and she's been playing on it since about midnight last night. Yeah,
apparently though it's worse than just reinterpretation. Apparently it's... I'm not going to spoil too much of it, but apparently it's a reboot, not a remake.
From what I see, it's Final Fantasy VII, flashy graphics, but most of the mechanics is Final Fantasy 15.
Well, the way... Yeah, it's kind of similar to Final Fantasy 15, which is good. I do like that they've fixed some of the issues with Final Fantasy 15. They've mashed together Final Fantasy 15 and Kingdom Hearts, right? but made it good. I can't remember, like someone said it's a combination, it also combines Final Fantasy 13, but I can't remember what aspects from Final Fantasy 13 it includes. I'll need to...
To be honest, I wouldn't know. I think the last Final Fantasy I played was Final Fantasy 4 or 5.
Yeah, but as soon as lockdown ends, in about 12 days, I think lockdown ends. That's when I'm going to be going straight to EB Games, and yeah. One person just asked in the chat, who's the dude in the bathrobe, and that is Ken Wheeler, and we're going to get back. Did you get your alcohol, AB Science?
Yeah, I got some. I got some. I got me a pint of Guinness.
Yeah, I had a feeling that.
Vegemite in a glass.
Sorry?
Vegemite in a glass.
In a glass, always. Like, I don't care for I don't care about any beer in a glass or anything unless it's Guinness. It has to be.
Yeah. Anyway,
So it's basically Vegemite, but yeah.
Let's hear Ken Wheeler continue about bipolar water molecules because he confuses bipolar and dipolar.
Are extremely absorptive.
I did reverse it,
and it's not just heating. You actually can have harmonic sympathy, and the serious issue where 5G, high band 5G can be a serious issue is an upper sideband and lower sideband manipulation of human behavior. And we'll talk about that in a second. This is not tinfoil hat stuff. This is actual fact. And look this up if you don't believe me. As far as microwave radiation, affecting bipolar molecules to an extreme extent. There's plenty of research on this. You can even find stuff like that on Wikipedia, I believe.
So, I'm pretty sure. He's talking about like he's confusing microwaves in a microwave to heat something up compared to 5G. Am I correct on that, AB?
How long do you want me to go on? I mean, this could be. I've been doing lots of kind of monologues here tonight.
You're probably the smartest out of the three of us.
Probably.
You can't
not,
argue physics with a physicist.
Okay, so the thing is, when we're talking about microwaves and water. Now, I've previously kind of hinted at this kind of resonant frequency, right? But that is not really a thing for 5G unless you're dealing with really sensitive equipment. A microwave oven operates using this thing called dielectric heating, and where you have this oscillating magnetic field, as I've already described. At one point you have the not magnetic field, the electric field, pointing up. And the water, which is a slight dipole, it tries to align with that field, but then a short instant later, the electric field points down, so it tries to align that again. So basically, the water molecule keeps flipping up and down. Right, that creates that kinetic energy. Other stuff bumps into it, and in these collisions, some of that kinetic energy is imparted on other molecules, and that heats everything up, and that's how a microwave oven works. Now, this process happens regardless of the frequency. Pretty much over the whole microwave band, this thing happens, right? So whether you talk about microwave oven or you're talking about your cell phone or whatever, this process happens. But there are several things that you have to consider. Now, I'll go for the minor things first, and that is the absorption length. Because in microwaves, because of this process, right, some of the energy that's in the wave, right, that gets deposited into the water. This is just conservation of energy, right?
Yeah.
So the microwave passes through the water and deposits the energy.
Day to all the big names in the chat. Awesome.
Yeah, we've got actually got like Bob the Science Guy in the chat. We had Red's Rhetoric in the chat.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We've also got
Ripping
82.
into Ross.
Oh, Red's Rhetoric is still in the chat.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
Multi-tom-tom.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got multi-tom-tom. Oh yes.
Yeah, he's
Interesting.
Dum-dum, as someone called him.
Multi-dum-dum. Yeah.
yeah.
Indeed.
Anyway, back to
Yeah. So as your frequency increases, the rate at which that energy is deposited in the water over some fixed distance increases as well. So as your frequency gets higher, that energy gets dumped faster into the medium. But obviously after a certain distance, that runs out.
yeah.
And that's the whole penetration depth, because you can have a high frequency wave coming in and then it dumps all of its energy really fast, really quickly at the surface. Yeah, that's great. But for a microwave oven, yeah, you know, that's great. You have all the energy being deposited on the surface of your food, but you want some energy deposited in the middle of your food as well.
Yeah.
And on the other side, right? And so if you have really high frequency, you'll end up with the, you know, your frozen dinner, for example. You have the outside is cooked, but the center is still frozen. So as you decrease the frequency, the penetration depth increases. But if you decrease it too much, then you get you get some energy deposited in the food. But then once the wave has passed all the way through the food, there's still some energy left on the other end. So that's not a very efficient use, because that goes to waste. So microwave ovens operate at a very specific frequency that is designed to balance these two issues, to ensure that as much energy as possible is deposited in the food, but it is not all deposited on the surface.
Okay.
And this kind of goes because there's more about their weapon systems and stuff like that. But so if you look at 4G, that is quite, 4G, at least in the UK, I don't know about other countries, but that primarily operates on the 800 megahertz band, and that can pass through your body quite easily without really depositing any energy. But if I look at my Wi-Fi, for example, I've got my 2 gigahertz signal, and I've got my 5 gigahertz signal. Now, I've got my Wi-Fi router in the living room, and if I'm in the bedroom and I'm just watching some shit on my phone, right? And it's connected to the 5G band on my Wi-Fi router, then I can notice a difference, because if I'm lying on my left shoulder and watching TV, then my body actually absorbs most of the radiation from my router, and my phone can't get that 5G signal. But if I lie on my right hand side, on my right shoulder, then it's absolutely fine. And it's that penetration depth that kicks in. But there you have and there's the other claim around 5G, which is you'll see that about military technology and stuff like that, phased arrays and stuff like that. What they're talking about is the active denial system, and that is a device which uses a phased array to direct it's a direct energy weapon, and it points this tightly focused beam of microwave radiation at 95 gigahertz at a target. And when you're exposed to that, what you experience is that your skin feels like it's on fire, because it gets really hot. It gets heated up to about 55 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
And that's really uncomfortable. But why is it only the skin that feels like it's on fire, and it's not like your organs or anything inside that's on fire? It's because it doesn't penetrate deeper than about 0.5 millimeter. So all of that energy is deposited on the surface of your skin, but it actually doesn't penetrate much deeper, and you're absolutely fine. And that's why those frequencies were chosen for that, because it doesn't actually penetrate deeper than the dead cells that are on your surface, and it doesn't really cause any permanent damage. Well, it does to the eyes, but that's a different problem. But I suppose, people who have, I find the whole ADS system quite objectionable, but as far as I can gather, that people have been exposed to the ADS would prefer that to being shot, because I suppose bullets do have quite a high penetration depth.
I just noticed. I just want to point out something. I noticed in the chat that Red's Rhetoric and Multi Tom Tom are going at it, and apparently they're going to debate, or if Multi Tom Tom accepts, they might end up debating. With BM Furble as moderator, so I just want to give a shout out for that. And whenever that happens,
that'll be interesting to see Multi Dum Dum debating, because I suppose that requires him to put a coherent sentence together.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's. So yeah, basically, to try and sum up what the response to Ken Wheeler is, because I'm pretty sure what I said was Ken Wheeler was confusing like things like microwaves that would basically be able to penetrate and heat up the insides of things like food. Right, with 5G, which, as you said, if it was in high enough concentrations, would be able to burn the skin of someone.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing, right? It's a microwave oven operates at 700 to 1,000 watts.
Yeah.
In a tiny little cavity. A 5G transmitter, like the small cells, they operate at 20 watts.
Yeah.
In free space at quite a large distance. Even the big massive multi-in, multi-out arrays, they operate only at 250 watts. And you are not going to be anywhere near them. There are some calculations you can perform, and actually if you're concerned about the whole technology, then you'll find that the biggest exposure you receive is from your mobile phone.
Yeah. One thing that I've got, so essentially, if you don't want to be infected with 5G, or not infected, if you don't want to be damaged by 5G, get rid of your mobile phone. But one thing I do want to ask is it possible that if you hold your mobile phone incorrectly, that you block the signal that it gets from 5G?
So this was a thing around Apple a while ago where they said that you're holding your phone incorrectly.
Yeah. And
I think there is some validity to that claim, to the extent that, yeah, that was definitely what's happening. But obviously, Apple should have just really considered that in their design.
Yeah.
And if they designed their devices properly, then that would not be an issue.
Okay. Alright. Anyway, well, let's continue on with this, because we've still got 15 minutes of ramblings, of Ken Wheeler ramblings to go.
You are playing at high speed, aren't you? So
yeah. So that's more like 10 minutes, fortunately.
When typically people think about microwaves, they think about their microwave ovens, and there's heating involved, and people that work with radar would notice that their ears would start popping and cracking, and this is actual heating of the interior tissues of the inner ear. And so what it was doing is that the gases inside the inner ear were expanding, and people that were working near these radar stations and near these magnetron devices were hearing stuff that wasn't actually in the atmosphere to be heard. They're just expanding gases inside. It's a serious issue, and I know that's a lot more power, but
I feel like that's completely wrong.
Well, I don't know about the specific claim, but it doesn't seem that implausible because distance, right?
Still,
you know, if you have a 200, if you have a 250 watt emitter from a base station and you've got your head right next to it, then that's not going to be comfortable. But distance is the key thing here.
Yeah.
Because in free space, the power would fall off 1 over r squared, but in reality, it falls off with 1 over r to the 4th power.
Okay.
So, you'll see quite a drastic decrease with distance. But if you've got your head right next to a transmitter, then you're going to have a problem. It's simple as that. But that's also the reason why most of the dose comes from the phone.
So, are you talking about right next to a transmitter, as in like got your head up against the these big 250 watt transmitters, like just right up against it, or like?
And if you're working on radar or stuff like that, and you're not wearing your protective gear, and the device is not turned off whilst you're doing the work on it, and you're generally being an idiot, then because I've experienced that myself. I've done experiments with microwaves, and I've put my head right into the beam path before, and it felt a bit funny. Of course, I should have really just turned the fucking emitter off, but I'm an idiot.
Okay. Anyway, we'll continue on with it. I just thought that it sounded suspicious, like that maybe, because I'm not the smartest person here.
Even with all these little 5G, high band
of radiation.
That's not something.
I'm clearly an idiot.
Although, to be fair, like last night, I did drop a noodle into the thing, and I did. My first instinct was to put my finger to try and get it out, but it's like, actually, no, that's a bad idea because this is a hot element. Eventually, I just used a fork to get the noodle out because I didn't want the noodle piece burning. So,
No.
and transceiver units all over the freaking place, and high band 5G, which is not currently implemented, but they're working really hard to implement it because of its amazing attributes. And people are like, oh my god, I could download a 4K movie, a big 4K movie in 10 seconds. I mean, that is what I want in my iPhone 20 or my 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road. But it is a brilliant, and people always talk about this, and people don't get this. Is that when you read all the tinfoil hat garbage online, when people talk about weaponization of 5G or all frequencies, this is what the idiots don't get when they understand the attributes of certain frequencies. They say, well, any frequency could be weaponized. And this is true, not only for nefarious means, but also, too, for harmonic sympathy. Like my buddy, for example, he's a super brilliant millionaire, and he's consulted the best people that money can buy, and he invests in not passive security. Passive security is where like alarm sounds or the police is called. He invests in active security. He's got 3 giant vaults which are full of gold and cash. Of course, I'm not going to give you his name. I've seen it. But he employs active security. First, it releases gas, and then the next one is a frequency that is known to ultra. If you're a mega millionaire guy that needs a serious security system, what they do is they install this ultrasonic system that has a specific set of known frequencies that have been tested over and over again, and they've used some of the best burglars that actually work with security agencies. They found that you cannot, even if you put on earphones, the frequencies are such that they'll start to make you vomit and feel nauseous. Getting back to
it sounds like he's talking about sound waves.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
Honestly, it sounds more like sound. He's talking about sound waves that would, rather than electromagnetic radiation, which is what 5G is.
And I'm not 100% sure about that claim either, but I don't know.
Yeah, this is. It always bothers me when people talk about things like sound waves rather than when you can tell that they're meaning something like sound waves and they're like conflating it with other types of waves like electromagnetic radiation. And it's like, do you realize that these things are two completely different things? Like sound waves is the compression and decompression of matter, and whereas electromagnetic radiation is the frequency of photons.
Yeah, but I suppose you have to remember that Ken Wheeler is an electric universe nutter, so all he will hear is frequency and go, magic. Oh, magic.
That actually sounds about right. All right, let's. We got.
Let's play it.
Got through. Only got. Yes, we're getting through this.
The point on 5G, whereas any and all frequencies can be weaponized. The serious issue is the harmonic sympathy issues with this specific range of high-band 5G radiation between roughly 20 gigahertz upwards of 80 to 100 gigahertz, most of which is going to be between 20 and like 60 and 80 gigahertz. While it's wonderful as far as download and upload speeds, the people who want to implement it are complaining about how many freaking transceiver towers they have to stick. Basically, one street could have like 5 or 6 of them. They'd just be all over the damn place, and everybody's going to love their internet. But the serious issues is that the magnitude by which, where in which, and within which the high-band 5G can be weaponized is infinitely higher than current all-frequency bandwidth implementation in communications. So while all the idiots out there are talking about, well, you could weaponize anything, these are the anti-5G people. They're like, well, you're just talking about 5G being weaponized. You could weaponize anything. That's true. But that's like saying, a firearm is dangerous. All these weapons are dangerous. Like, yeah, but a nuclear bomb is a lot more dangerous than, small arms, right? Analogously. That's what kind of blew my mind on these anti-5G people talking about frequency weaponization. That was my ultimate point in speaking about that. Heating is not going to be the issue at these sort of outputs at 2 to 10 watts of power on transceiver stations of high-band 5G, and it's not an issue. I wanted to make that important point. Obviously, that's the case. I knew that they were low power output. And, of course, they modulate their power, specifically also, too, on your end-use device. Like most cell phones are putting out 500 milliwatts or less. Depends on the actual SNR. They communicate with the transceiver, and they'll put out more or less power to accommodate. If you're in close proximity, you don't need to put out that much power. But if you have one of these suckers within, 100 yards of your house, and they're basically going to be every damn where, it's a serious issue. It means outside of lining your walls with a Faraday cage, out you copper mesh, you're not going to get away from this. And it is a brilliant, if I could think of I could not even imagine a more evil, diabolical, perfect Trojan horse wherein which and by which you could actually implement urban pacification by using these microwave frequencies, even at their low power output, for harmonic sympathy to actually pacify people, actually meaning zombify them. You could use upper sideband, lower sideband without, and I'll actually talk about that here in a second.
What?
And he
frequency zombifies someone.
Oh God.
The brown note, I guess.
Oh Jesus! And he is not. He is claiming that he isn't a tinfoil hat person. You can zombify people with these free. What?
Yeah, it's.
People using mobile phones as zombies anyway. You see them walking down the street, not paying attention to anyone else around.
Well, to be honest, right? You don't need complex technologies to zombify people. All you need to do is just put them in a room and give them access to the internet, but make sure that the internet is blocked so that they can only access things like Breitbart News and all of those kind of, and Fox News, and then you can zombify people. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, okay, you give them some Hollywood movies as well. You can, but you wouldn't use fight. What? No.
You could
correct me if I'm wrong, AB Science, but the other thing I notice is the power outputs he was mentioning. They're way below TV outputs, aren't they?
Yeah. Actually, I am actually quite impressed by how he's treating that because, a lot of the conspiracy nuts will be jumping on these really high power outputs and stuff like that, and these maximum values, and if you just spend some time thinking about the physics, then you'll realize no, it absolutely isn't. And I'm actually, kind of impressed that he actually gets that vaguely right by saying like all these devices are quite low power.
Yeah.
Well, I say they're low power. 5G is a power hungry beast, but the actual emitters, the power at which the microwaves are emitted is quite low.
I'm just wondering, so when it comes to phones that 5G, will they be outputting a signal in 5G, or will it just be receiving a signal? Because one thing that you could do is, I suppose, if it's a power hungry thing, is you could try and emit from devices like a phone and something like 4G, which would use this power theoretically, at least from what it sounds like, and it would be and it wouldn't be interfered with as much with your hand or anything. Whereas when it comes to
yeah, so it is slightly complicated topic. It's so the power ratings are interesting, right? Because yes, 5G will operate in the 4G bands as well in the existing spectrum. And actually the base stations will determine, what frequency they should be operating at and what power they should be operating at to ensure that, you've got a free channel. That's number one. You get the speeds that you need for the application that you're using, and you are operating at the lowest possible power. Yeah. Now, the confusion comes in is the old 4G and 3G technologies. They're talking about the transmitters there. They emit power in all directions, so they're isotropic emitters. And the whole thing around 5G is that it's direct. And that means that there's a beam focused at your device. But there is a power output associated with that.
Okay.
And this is where the high numbers come from, because the power outputs that are quoted around that are something called the effective isotropically radiated power. And that refers to a power output that the previous isotropically radiating transmitters would need to use to actually achieve the same effect whilst sending signal in lots of different directions.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, the beam, if you just think about a two-dimensional case, the 5G beam is, say, it subtends, say, a 10-degree arc. And you are saying, okay, say the power output over that 10-degree arc is 1 watt. Then the effective isotropically radiated power to achieve that same effect would be 36 watts, because to receive that same amount of signal at the position where you want to receive it, you need to an isotropically radiating transmitter would need to emit the power over that small arc, but everywhere else as well. So there's a lot of power wasted.
Yeah.
And because of the directionality, you have a small amount of power emitted in one direction, but there's nothing sent in other directions. So actually that results in less radiation coming from that emitter.
Okay.
But again, without diagrams, this is quite a difficult thing to demonstrate, because this is all geometry, essentially.
Yeah. Like, geometry works best with diagrams, but I do get... I'm pretty sure I get what you're going on about, because some people just hear numbers and go, okay, yeah, they'll be like, oh yeah, that's a high number, and they'll probably say, oh, so what you're saying is that the things that output in all directions is putting out more watts, so that's worse for people. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, it is, but that's the thing, because everything in 5G is expressed in equivalent isotropically radiated power, and that is the power that would be required for an isotropic emitter to achieve the same effect. It's not the actual power output. It is the power output of some hypothetical device which emits power in all directions. And that is what the communication standards refer to. So when they're talking about, oh, they can emit 900,000 watts of power, no, they absolutely can't. And you can absolutely see this by the power consumption of the base stations, because they are supposed to, according to the scaremongers, they'll say, oh, they'll spit out 900,000 watts of power. But if you actually look at their power consumption, you'll see that they consume about 11.5 kilowatts of power.
Yeah.
where is the remaining 885 kilowatts coming from? Because that's really suggesting that they're spitting out more power than is going in, and
free energy.
Yeah, this isn't a Unity device then.
One person.
His thing about the whole 5G thing is that some people say that it creates viruses.
Oh, yeah.
You just think, how do these people survive in the world with that sort of thinking?
As I said, I don't think that I don't think that things like electro or at least 5G, the radio waves that are being used by 5G, they can't be turned into proteins. Like,
No.
I feel like there is the
Space palm, by the way.
Space palm, did you say?
Space palm, yeah. The stream's a few seconds behind, of course, but yeah.
I feel like when it comes to like, you could try make an argument if you have, depending on your knowledge of physics, when it comes to, apparently some particles can apparently something like a photon might be able to create a anti-particle and a particle, but then they generally annihilate each other upon their creation. But I can't remember.
The energy needs to be right as well.
Yeah,
you're talking about pair production here. That's quite quite special.
Yeah,
and again, that has nothing to do with the energies we are talking about here. With for pair production, you need insane levels of energy.
Yeah,
and you need a target to hit as well. That's just not a thing here. And I suppose around the whole thing. So for best part of my teens, I lived in the home counties, and there's a city called Guildford, and you have the University of Surrey there, and they have been operating a 5G test bed for a good 10 years. And are we seeing those effects in Guildford? Well, not really. It's quite a healthy city.
Yeah. I do want to just point out something that someone said in the chat. Tommy Gronwald said, added me and said, new earplugs soon. And yeah, like, I do need to get new headphones, but, it costs money, and I'm also in lockdown, so I've got to wait till lockdown ends and make sure I have enough money to get new headphones. I need to get some headphones like some of the old ones that I had. I had a really comfortable pair one time, and they were really good. I could just sit them on my head, and they wouldn't fall out of my ears. So yeah. Anyway, we'll continue with Ken Wheeler's ramblings and see what more he gets wrong.
Also, too, the implementation of mid-band 5G, the Europeans are looking at this so they could actually proliferate these transceivers everywhere, because you could use the exact same transceiver arrays with very little manipulation for a high-band upgrade. When Europe and Australia and other people that are implementing mid-band 5G, that they could actually upgrade their systems without much cost expenditure or time for high-band 5G. A perfect Trojan horse I could not even think of than using upper and lower sideband harmonics for harmonic sympathy of brain tissue. When you're actually talking about microwave frequencies, and this is a fact, look this up if you don't believe me. This is not like tinfoil hat crap, as I just got done telling you 20 minutes ago. The microwave absorption by polar molecules, and the most famous polar molecule is the molecule that makes up all life, is astronomically high. I mean, that's not an exaggeration. 1 gigahertz or less, or 10 to 20 gigahertz, it's not an issue. Of course, you have people getting brain tumors. Of course, you know it, and I know it by having cell phones up there, like doctors and lawyers. The guys are constantly on the phones like, wow, they end up with brain tumors right here underneath their head. That's very, very close proximity. But the penetrative nature of this microwave and frequency radiation, specifically not only from transceivers, but also, too, from their phones, even with the exact same, say, 200 milliwatts of output, conventional 3G or 4G phone, like your current iPhone or your current Android, is way worse and way more dangerous, and also, too, a far, far better tool for human manipulation and pacification. That sounds superficially like tinfoil hat conspiracy stuff, but it has that possibility because of the characteristics.
Fuck it. So, let's not go into mechanisms or anything like that. Mm-hmm. Now, we have seen the number of cancer cases increase. over the past 20 years or stuff. So, yeah, fine. That's understandable. We haven't seen such a trend in brain tumors. What have we seen is, we have seen a massive adoption in mobile phone usage. Now, just phenomenologically, and we're not talking about underlying mechanisms or anything here, if the claim that mobile phones caused brain tumors, we would have fucking seen it by now.
Yeah. Like,
it's simple as that.
I mean, there are some people that will claim that there are some people that will claim that from people, girls putting their cell phone, they use their bra to carry their cell phone sometimes. There are some people that claim that because of that, we see like a square on, like a square or something of cancer on their breast or something, and it's like, okay, first off, you wouldn't see a square because because there's like a little emitter, and it's not like your entire cell phone's an emitter. It's just one part of the cell phone that will be emitting.
Yeah.
Ball.
Oh.
Multi-dum-dum, please walk the walk and debate Reds.
Oh yeah, I've been noticing that.
You're all going on in the chat.
Yeah, I've been noticing that in the chat. There was something else that he pointed out, but I've forgotten what he said. I was just gonna nitpick a little bit of what he said a little bit earlier. I've forgotten what it was though. I'm gonna rewind, right, just to see if I can catch that bit that I was going to nitpick.
Cell phones up there, like doctors and lawyers. The guys are constantly on the phones like, wow, they end up with brain tumors right here underneath their head. That's very, very close proximity. But the penetrative nature of this microwave and frequency radiation, specifically not only from transceivers, but also too from their phones, even with the exact same, say, 200 milliwatts of output, conventional 3G or 4G phone, like your current iPhone or your current Android, is way worse and way more dangerous, and also too a far, far better tool for human manipulation and pacification. That sounds superficially like tinfoil hat conspiracy stuff, but it has that possibility because of the characteristics and attributes of millimeter wavelength frequency high band 5G transmissions. That's not.
I think I must have missed it or forgotten what it was. But it seems like he's getting to the angry part, so this will be the fun part.
Yeah, he's going to get angry.
And that's a fact. And that is not good. That's actually the scary part. Most 2G and 4G doesn't penetrate the skull. All 5G, for example, no matter what the mil output, does penetrate the skull. It's just like a drill drilling into your head.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You've actually got that the exact wrong way around. But yeah, all right, carry on.
Just a little thing.
No.
Yes.
It might penetrate his skull. It's thin, I think.
Yeah. We'll just notice. I'll drag 82 in because he's. Ahoy hoy 82.
Well, hello.
You there, 82? I don't know if he can hear us.
It might not be working.
His mic appears to be working. I just think that he wasn't. That he probably wasn't quite prepared. And why is my throat getting? I'm sure I don't have a cold. Yeah. Okay. 82 said, "Hey, got a correction for you. Want to pull me in?" And I pulled him, but
Hello.
Ahoy hoy.
He's alive.
So, yeah, I didn't even notice you did it that quick. Good on you, Planar Walk.
Yeah, I noticed that someone was in the gaming lounge, and so I dragged you in.
Yeah. So there was something that I heard on the live stream, so a bit delayed. There is a little bit of a correction here for you.
Yeah.
Older cell phones did have single-point emitters, but your newer phones, especially iPhones, actually used the entire ring around the case as the antenna.
Oh, cool.
what you'll actually would have if there was a direct link to tumor and the phone being stored, like the bra example given, you would actually have the ring tumor with a roughly rectangular shape in the middle missing.
Okay.
Well,
and we don't see that.
No, you don't see that, and also because there's the difference between stochastic and deterministic effects, and tumor development is a stochastic effect, and unless your dose is extremely high for to have an evenly distributed that follows the exact shape of your emitter, then your dose is so high that cancer is going to be the least of your worries, because cancer will still take a couple of years to develop, and if you receive such a high dose, then you're going to be dead in a couple of weeks.
There's... I find that a lot of people will draw a correlation from two things. Like, they'll say, this person had a tumor on the right side of their brain or whatever, and so therefore it must have been caused by cell phones. And it's like, okay, well, what if this person generally held their phone in their left hand? Why isn't the tumor developing on the left side of their brain? Or what about all these people that have tumors on other parts of the brain? Just because one person had a tumor on the right side of their brain doesn't mean that doesn't necessarily mean that tumor is caused by the cell phone. Maybe it was, but you got to also consider that tumors could grow in other parts of the brain.
But that's the Texas sharpshooter problem, because there's quite a famous case of a cell tower being put up near a school, and a few kids in the school were diagnosed with cancer, and an unusually high number. And they're saying, yeah, look, it's because of that. And then you kind of think about it, is that, well, the cell phone tower was put in, I think, that month or something when they were diagnosed, and it takes a little bit longer to develop cancer. And also, then the telecoms company went, it's like, yeah, we've installed it, but guess what? We haven't even turned it on yet.
I love that kind of stuff when someone when you get debunked like that.
But that's the thing, all right? Because you will always find cases of, they put a cell phone tower and someone near was diagnosed with cancer. Yeah, fine. But in most other cases, there's lots of cell phone towers being installed and no one's developing interesting cancers or anything. And that's the Texas sharpshooter problem, right? Because you can take the side of a barn, you can paint a target on it, and you get a drunk Texan with some heavy machine guns with really poor accuracy to shoot at the side of the barn. Statistically, it is going to hit the target. Yeah. After shooting, you go over and you go, oh, look, a bullet hit the target. You draw a big circle around it and go, look, I hit the target. I'm a good shot.
Yeah.
It's just going to happen. There's just the laws of large numbers.
Yeah, it's like when someone said something about having a certain birth, right? I think it might have been quadruplets or something, and they said it's a miracle because their doctor said that it only happens. It's like a 1 in 50 million chance, and they're like, it's a miracle. It's like, well, you do realize that 1 in 50 million means that it happens all the time.
Yeah, it does happen. It's simple as that. But that's the issue. It's the conflation between. It's like, well, what is the? It's the birthday paradox, right? And this is a fun game that we could probably play in the chat. We've got 83. Now we won't play this game, but
one of them, it's their birthday today, at least.
Oh no, it's more like
not necessarily.
One of them
there is definitely a 100%, well, near 100% probability that there are two people in the chat that share a birthday.
Yeah.
And this is the conflation, because a person in the chat. I can pick a person in the chat, and I can find, and we can ask, so what's your birthday? And then I can ask who else shares that birthday. And that's a pretty low chance. So that's, it's 79 now. So it's 79 out of 365.
Yeah.
But I could say any person sharing a birthday with any other person in the chat. And then, with these numbers, we're approaching unity.
Yeah.
So this is going to happen.
Like if I were to say, okay, my birthday is the 30th of October. 30th of October 1996. The main one that the main one that we've got to consider though is the date. So it'll be the 30th of October. Then you've got the next part, which is the then you can go, okay, well, AB Science, what is your birthday? And then Hugh Jarsz, what is your birthday? You don't have to share it if you're uncomfortable.
8th of March.
8th of March. And Hugh?
The 7th.
What?
The 7th.
7th.
Just the 7th. Just the 7th.
I don't know what month is the 7th of.
October.
Yeah.
7th of October. Okay. And we've got John Rapp 21st of January. And the more people that you get, the more likely that it is that one of these people will share a birthday with each other. So currently it's a 4 in 365. But every person that you get in, so if you get another person in, then it's a 4 in 365 that person will share a birthday with any of those 4 people. But as you get another person in, then it becomes 5 in 365 as you go on. That particular person shares a birthday with all those people, and you've also got to aggregate it on top of the other one. So with 2 people, that's a 1 in 365. That these 2 people will share a birthday. If you get a third person in, you've got to add that 1 in 365 to the 2 in 365, which becomes 3 in 365. Then with the when you get the fourth person in, you've got to add 3, so it becomes 6 in 365. Then fifth person, it becomes you add 4, so that becomes 10 in 365, and you start getting the numbers start growing bigger and bigger. One person says, has Planet Walk been drinking? LOL, he seems very shiny. No, I'm actually a bit hungry. It's morning. But yeah, one person did say, I'm trying to. I think Red's Rhetoric said, well, since Multi Tom Tom is here, how about Planet Walk host a debate right now? And I'd be glad to if you want to. I can host a debate. I'd probably actually let AB Science moderate as I go and get some food if hosting the debate.
I can moderate the start of it. You go make yourself a sandwich, and then when you come back, I'll shoot off and make myself a sandwich.
Well, what we can do is if we agree to have a debate, right? I'll set up a new stream that will go live in probably, 15 minutes to half an hour, depending on how long it takes to get it sorted out. Whilst I'm waiting for the stream, I'll go cook myself some baked beans and get that sorted. And then
I'm glad we don't have smell-o-vision.
Good point, but as I say, baked beans are good for your heart. Baked beans make you fart. The more you fart, the better you feel. Baked beans for every meal.
Hey.
Nice.
But yeah,
Reds wants to come in. I don't know if Multi Tom Tom will though.
Yeah, all you have to do is
Multi Tom Tom. He's at work. Well, why the fuck are you watching a live stream if you are at work? Get to work.
Well,
are you thick?
Well, when does he want to? I can do the debate today, like later on, if you guys want. I can. I'm pretty sure Be Inferable is in my server. I can set him as a. I can set him as a moderator if he is. Let me just. He'll be up at the top. There we go. Be Inferable. We'll just go. Roles. He's now a moderator. So yeah, like we can have Be Inferable moderating. Or I could moderate. And then I can
baked beans. Yeah.
Yeah, I can I can get something to eat beforehand. Set up a new stream. Have it set to go live. If all you have to do is join the Discord.
Tom says he's free at 7 a.m. UTC.
7 a.m. UTC. Hold up.
That's 7 a.m. UK time, which as far as I can tell from the.
Wait, 7 a.m. UTC. That's like 7 p.m. for me.
And who is he proposing to debate?
Red's Rhetoric.
All right, so for Reds, that'll be 2 a.m.
A bit early. No, it'll be more than that. Okay, yeah.
I thought I knew which state Reds was in, but I thought that would be 2
it'd be 5 hours behind the UK.
Yeah, so that's 2 a.m. UK time. So, no, 2 a.m. His time. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so that's not really a big deal, probably for Reds. I don't know.
I don't think he's pumping on the Easter weekend.
Well, or actually, I could easily set it up for tomorrow.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be at 7 a.m. just because Multi Tom says so.
Because tomorrow I've got nothing on tomorrow because of the lockdown, and I'm pretty sure many people will have nothing on. It's also a weekend day. It should be a weekend day for wherever they are, unless they work weekend. So yeah, I can organize a debate between Multi Tom and Reds for tomorrow.
Right, so is Multi Tom on your server?
I don't think so.
Right, so Multi Tom, join a Planner Walk server, and then we'll set up the details, and we'll fix that up.
Yeah.
Description.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Multi Tom does enjoy talking shit in the chat, but I haven't really seen him actually talk live or engage anyone in conversation or show his intellectual superiority. I'm quite looking forward to it.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it either. Did you see Flat Earth King? I imagine he's the same.
Flat Earth King.
He debated FTFE last week.
No, I haven't.
Came in with new information apparently, and he didn't. So.
It always makes me laugh when Flat Earther thinks that they've got new information. It's like it's as if a Flat Earth debunker were to say, "Well, I've got a new argument." It's like they probably don't. They might do. Like sometimes I thought, hold up, here's something that I haven't thought of before. Let's see. Let's float it as an idea and see how well it works. And but for the most part, I think most of the arguments that I have probably been coming up by other people have probably brought up arguments that I've brought up.
Yeah. So Multi Tom is saying that he can prove flat Earth. So this should be a very exciting debate. This should be a very exciting debate. You know what? I'm not even going to diminish it with a debate. These should be interesting proceedings.
Yep.
If he can prove a flat Earth, I would love to see his presentation. We will review it.
So he doesn't waste our time by saying
to scientific scrutiny, and we will give it the proper deference that a watertight proof
It appears that it appears that he's not going to organise that debate. He's got to go. He's got to go. Apparently.
Oh well, in fairness, that's probably a good idea because supposedly he is working, and he is watching a video on YouTube, and I think that he should get back to work. At the end of the day, right? These are your own employment prospects you're talking about. If you're spending your days whilst you're supposed to be working, watching YouTube videos, then perhaps you should, reconsider your employment options. But go ahead.
Anyway, well,
many people are lucky to have a job in this time.
Yeah, true. You'd actually think that he'd probably have to work harder. I'm actually confused. Like, what essential service gives you time to watch YouTube videos? That's an interesting one.
I guess.
Like, he'd be lucky to have a job because most essential services.
We're slacking off a little bit whilst we're working from home, but you gotta have a little bit of respect.
Yeah. Like, for like most essential services that I know, it's on your feet. Maybe you're working as a checkout. Maybe you're stacking shelves. Those at a supermarket.
Nurse. Doctor.
Nurse.
Doing surgery.
Doctor. Yeah, they'd have to be active in surgery.
Yeah, but let's just say that we can rule out things like being a doctor or a nurse or working on a checkout or stacking shelves.
We can rule out making a proper contribution to society.
For a flat earther.
Yeah, might be. Yeah, it'd be hard to work out exactly, what kind of job. But I won't delve into it. It's not really much of my business, to be honest.
No.
Yeah. Anywho, we'll get this.
Oh, we're still watching the video, aren't we? Yeah.
We'll get this finished up. We've only got 7 minutes to go, which is more like 5 minutes because I've got it on 1.75 times speed.
5G is a goldmine for human pacification possibilities. It is literally a perfect Trojan horse.
No, it's not.
There's a really important point in all my notes here. I want to make a long list of notes, but some of these are a bit too complex to talk about because people just start crossing their eyes and getting confused.
Classic Ken Wheeler move here.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to mention about a spectrum.
I've got lots of things, but they're just too complicated to talk about. They're too complicated to explain. Classic Ken Wheeler move. It's fantastic. And he does this with his counter space or his incommensurability. He'll state that these are core concepts to understand before you can have an understanding of magnetism. But for me to explain them, it would require hours. Or my favorite one so far has been that time is not a thing, but it would take me hours to explain that. Fucking yes. This guy is a parody of himself.
I can
similar to the Chatham thing from Flat Aussie Roscoe too. So, yeah.
I can use. I can explain why some people may think that time is not a thing. Like, time is more a measurement of a. You can say that time is more of a measurement of it's a little bit hard to explain, but you can say that things appear to move, and you can measure the supposed time that it takes between point A and point B of a thing moving. If that's assuming that it moves as in a linear speed, and sometimes you can define time as an illusion by some people, but then then you got the problems of time moving differently for different people, and so that's when I'd say that yes, time is an actual thing.
But then you start thinking about quite interesting philosophical arguments like what is time, and then you ask the question what is space. Fair enough, but do you know what his reasoning is? Is that time is the number 4, and the number 4 does not show up in the Fibonacci sequence.
What? What?
I shit you not. I shit you not.
I mean, how?
I told you this guy's a parody of himself.
Yeah. I think Red's Rhetoric wants to get in to the stream. So Reds, if you're still listening in, you go to the server and essentially you should be able to click on one of the text channels. You can't click on stream because it's actually I'll edit the channel so that you can join stream. If anyone else comes in, I'll kick them the fuck out.
I can go and make room. I'm pretty much done. I've been here 3 hours.
No, don't worry. I can make room for Reds, but it's just as long as someone else doesn't be like, oh, there's extra room, let's join. Stop Reds. I'm gonna basically kick them out of the stream if anyone does that. But if that's but yeah, whilst we're waiting for hopefully Reds. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Holy fuck.
He's here.
Has arrived.
I'm wondering what that holy fuck was about.
Because Discord is the crappiest, shittiest, most unintuitive system I have ever had the displeasure of using. Why you continue to use this garbage is beyond me.
It's, yeah.
What do you really think of it?
Yeah.
Well, if I told you what I really thought about it, I think Planar Walk's entire channel will get demonetized.
Depends how far you're gonna go.
Let's not test it.
I like
well, YouTube's generally alright with a few fuck shits and cunts, but
the way that I view
an asshole.
I do want to say the way that I view Discord is that when you've been using it for as long as I have, it becomes a lot simpler. But when it comes to new users, it's not friendly for new users.
It's trash.
That's my view on it.
And yet, you decide to still use this garbage. Anyway.
Howdy, Reds. How are you doing?
Just enjoying day... What day is it? Day something of quarantine. I'm not sure. I haven't gone outside. I haven't seen the sun in a while. It's been weird.
Yeah.
Not working at all at the moment?
Well, I can't because I am in contact with a whole bunch of people, and some people have compromised immune systems.
Yeah, man, it's really bad over there.
And
I just thought, you being a plumber, you could, that might be an essential service where you are, but.
I mean, they're going to have to deal with their own shit. I mean, I've been dealing with mine. I mean, I've literally been wiping my ass with my hands in the shower for 3 fucking days now because I ran out of TP. And guess what? There isn't any left.
I mean, I've actually
hold on.
I've actually got some here if you want to buy it for $500.
Have you got some garden hose?
You mean I can make my own? I can make my own ass rinser?
You can make your own bidet.
Yeah, I was gonna say
just MacGyver that shit, man.
So, yeah. Apparently, what happened was Multi-Tom made a claim in the live chat that I was scared to debate him, so I offered to debate him, and then he was like, "Oh no, I don't want to go on your channel because you'll just make money off of my stupidity." And I go, "Okay." Hey, BM Furball, you want to host a debate and not pay me anything? And then BM Furball's like, yeah, I'll do that. Let's do that. That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
And then we also made it so that I can't mirror the video and get any ad revenue off of it. So I most definitely won't make any money off of it. And then we tried for like 30 minutes to get Multi-Tom to accept the debate. And he still ran away even with all of that going for him, including the fact that I'm going to be working for free, which I don't mind. I'll debunk him for free.
It's...
Yeah, and then suddenly he's at work and he can't talk and has to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
contributing to chat.
Yeah, he says that, oh, I'm busy. I'm like, and yet you're typing in the live chat. So how about this? How about I find a way to make this incredibly god-awful platform known as Discord to work, and we can debate right here, right now. I mean, since you're here, and, it's obviously not a big deal for you because you're actively participating in the chat, let's do it now. Let's do it now. Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Yeah, like he seems very Weasley.
Oh, really? What gave it away?
I don't know, the fact that he refuses to... the fact that he's trying to pull every excuse in the book to refuse debating you. Although maybe he's got a good reason for that.
I mean, I agree he has a good reason. He's just not very honest about what that reason is.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's like... And also, Flat Earth Aussie Jesus is like, oh, Red's a coward. Bitch, I've already debated you. You think the sun is an interdimensional portal. Get fucked.
I actually came up with a good reason for why it's not an interdimensional portal. And that is the fact that...
A good reason? What did that require?
Well, more on the claim of... So, essentially, what his claim is that higher up in the atmosphere you go, you get more noble gases, right? And so, essentially, one of the problems with that, though, is that as you go up, you'll see in these high altitude balloon footage, you'll see all around that there's in the high altitude balloon footage, the high areas are black, right, completely black. So this is where he claims that the noble gases are supposedly, even though that we can get graphs and see that the composition of the atmosphere remains roughly the same for up to about 100 kilometers high. Okay.
Sorry, Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe has just posted in the comment section saying Professor Eric Dollard thinks it's an interdimensional portal. He just used different words, calling it a transformer. Firstly, what? Eric Dollard is not a professor. Eric Dollard is a fucking idiot. He doesn't understand a fucking thing about physics. He doesn't have the most basic understanding of the most simple physics imaginable. He's an idiot.
Also, I do want to point out that there are a few people out there with actual PhDs who have turned out to be absolute nut jobs. Dr. Claudia, PhD, thinks that Nibiru is real, and Dr. Humphreys is a young Earth creationist working at the Discovery Institute, who tries to promote this idea that the Earth is only 6,000 years old.
Yeah, but are they like legit PhDs, like accredited institutions, or are they mail order PhDs?
Apparently so, but they've gone down the rabbit hole of stupidity, and basically it was just downhill from there.
Well, there is a thing called the Nobel disease. It's not just exclusive to Nobel Prize winners, but people who have actually achieved something like a genuine bit of science research and got some recognition from that, then they kind of get their head up their ass, and they stop believing the fundamental notion that they may be wrong. And they kind of never really picked up on the fact that the default assumption of your work as a scientist should be you're wrong.
Oh, God. Ozzy, it's not an interdimensional portal. It's a ball of gas in a state of fusion. Get your head out of your ass, please. We went over this. We went over this in detail.
And
interesting, because I've seen him give multiple lectures. Yeah, just because you give a lecture doesn't mean you're a professor.
I've seen Bill Gates give a lecture. Does that mean that we should all be listening to Bill Gates? I mean, he's probably smarter than whatever person Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe is talking about, but I doubt Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe is going to take whatever Bill Gates says as gospel, because he disagrees with what Bill Gates says.
Because Illuminati, isn't he?
Yeah. But let's just. I've seen a few people who in the audience who understand a bit of electronics. Let's just say Eric Dollard is someone who thinks that you can treat two electrons spaced some distance apart as a capacitor.
What?
Nothing
to that.
Isn't a capacitor like something that has a certain?
Yeah, because a capacitor at least requires that the different sides of the capacitor there's a charge difference.
And 2 electrons do not have a charge difference.
And he claims that he has devised an alternative. He's got a theoretical derivation for the value of G. Now, his theoretical derivation is within 2% of the measured value. The problem is that the measured value has got an uncertainty of, well, I don't know, less than 1 in a million or something like that. So, yeah, they're not the same. Even though he'll claim that they're the same, Eric Dollard is an idiot.
So, Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe says, multiple classroom lectures is different from public presentation. AB Science, you've done multiple classroom lectures, haven't you?
Yeah, without lockdown, I would be doing 2 or 3 a week. I am not a professor.
So, I don't know what classroom lectures does for authority. So, yeah, we've got an authority on... we've got an authority here which says that Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe is wrong. So, boom. Destroyed.
Every pioneer in their field is going to be ridiculed and mocked by his peers. Here's the thing. You're not a pioneer. You're saying the sun is an interdimensional portal.
A person...
And also, we are not your peers.
One, we're not your peers. And 2, that's not a pioneering insight. That's something where you should be asking your doctor, is Xanax right for me?
Here's the thing about pioneer. Like, if someone's pioneering something, generally it's assumed that they're right. Whereas if someone's just wrong, they're not a pioneer.
Peers are people like Anthony Riley, Nathan Thompson, Nathan Oakley.
Yes. Exactly. And I'm serious. I told Flat Earth Aussie Jesus to talk to his doctor about medical marijuana, or if it's legal in his country, whatever. He needs to stop worrying about whether the sun is an interdimensional portal and start worrying instead on whether his cat is stealing his ideas.
I think that Ross does need to chill out a lot.
I think he said that he does often. What do you mean by chill out, of course?
Bit more than he is now. Put away the internet for a day or 2.
Is Aussie...
Okay, it's just saying, but to claim they're just wrong means you have to prove they are wrong, not just say it. Well,
the burden of proof.
Not quite. You need to have some evidence backing, but in case of Eric Dollard, yes, it is very easy to claim his capacity, to show that his capacitor claim is incorrect, because the fundamental assumption is incorrect. 2 electrons spaced some distance apart do not work as a capacitor. Simple as that.
Let me also repeat an awesome quote. That which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. It's not up to us to prove you wrong. It's up to you to prove yourself right.
Well, it's up to him to provide evidence for why he's right, and then we can discuss the evidence.
The burden of proof is on the person making the claim. He's the one making the claim, so he has the burden.
Yeah. Yeah, if he were to provide evidence, we'd be discussing the evidence. But seeing as he's not provided even any evidence, the default thing is he's wrong. It's like if I were to start claiming that I have a unicorn in my room, and it's a pink unicorn, and I can see it right there. It's got a rainbow tail, and it's god damn it, it's just pooped out a whole lot of jelly beans. And, if I don't give evidence for that rainbow unicorn being in my room, then you're not going to believe me.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Yet not a single one of you can prove motion or curvature, so globe is dismissed by your own argument. 1, Bob Nodell. 2, my Tampa Bay observation. Okay, so how many seconds did that take? Maybe 2 seconds.
I've used the Tampa Bay observation many times in debates because it's a really good observation.
I mean, I'll do it again one of these days when I actually give a damn. And I'm currently not under lockdown because virus and shit. But yeah, I'll do it again.
Well, yeah, I'm currently planning on doing a nice little experiment to kind of show the Earth's rotation. But yeah, lockdown kind of got in the way of that.
Yeah, you can do the pendulum
sophisticated. No.
You can do the pendulum observation,
spectroscopy, and emission lines, and Doppler effect, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, you can do the pendulum observation, or you can go to Bob, who... Thanks, Bob, for finding that 15 degree per hour drift that we told you would exist because of the rotation of the Earth, you dumbass.
I actually brought up 4... I just like the sticker that Stringer News just put in the chat. That's a unicorn.
Sorry, did you just get Ken to say bull every time someone super chats?
Yes.
Nice.
But yeah, when it came to my debate with Wotan the other day, I gave 4 different evidences that the Earth is rotating. I used Bob's 15 degree per hour drift. I used I think it was Foucault's pendulum. I use the fact that things weigh different, have different weights depending on whether you're at the equator or somewhere else. If you're at a pole versus the equator, it will weigh something different. And then I think the last one was Coriolis effect.
Yeah, you would have a 0.3% difference between the poles and the equator when it comes to weight. And also another good piece of evidence is that objects at a certain distance, like, for example, Neptune or Pluto, for them to go around us in a 24-hour period, they would be breaking the speed of light. Good luck with that, by the way.
Oh, and also there's tides.
Yeah.
Tide goes in, tide goes out. You guys can't explain that.
Mm-hmm. There's tides. I mean,
Southern Celestial Pole.
Yep. There's like heaps of evidence for the Earth rotating, and it amazes me that they insist that we have no evidence.
Loves that. I love that. It's great. But I just want to say thanks, Bob. Especially, it was funny to see him try to correct this error he found, which was putting it in... What did he do? He put it in a special glass jar or something to block the heavenly energies, whatever the fuck that means.
Is he talking about cosmic radiation? Which will be interesting, because if you're accepting that cosmic radiation exists, then you've got many more problems.
Seriously, does anyone know what heavenly energies are?
What
anyone know?
Measurement does it have?
I don't know what heavenly energy is.
Angels.
Maybe it is cosmic radiation, like AB Science said.
I think it may be a strip bar.
Oh man. Oh, but there was also another person that said, the pendulum doesn't count because there's no electronics. I've heard that before.
That's funny because I've heard other people dismiss a description of something because it involved electronics.
I know, so it's like we can never fucking win. Like, what do you want from me?
Like they've actually taken the goalposts and they've stopped bothering. They've just attached some wheels to it to make it easier to move.
Apparently John Rapp says it's angel power. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Welcome back to this episode of Touched by an Angel.
And Touched by an Uncle.
Uh-huh.
One person says Gleam for dumb fuck of the year 2020, and do we have Gleam in the chat? I
haven't seen him.
Yeah.
So, Justin Franks, sound never acts as a particle, light does. You want to look into phonons.
What's a
very
phone?
important concept in solid state physics.
What's a phonon?
It's a quasi particle that basically describes the propagation. It's basically the particle version of sound as it passes through a solid medium.
Impossible? No, that's not impossible on a globe. You want to know what is impossible on a flat Earth? Making an equatorial telescope mount work.
I'd agree
Hold
with
on.
that.
Is he actually saying, well, I know for a fact that I can see the Southern Cross every night of the year right outside my front door. Impossible on a globe. No. That's impossible on a flat Earth.
Yeah, because guess what? On a flat Earth, if you were looking due south on a flat Earth, we would see the stars traversing the horizon. Guess what we don't see?
Well,
South Celestial Pole.
Well, here's the thing that I think what is confusing things is if something's not directly on the southern in the southern part of the sky, like if it's not directly in the South Celestial Pole area, then it can't be seen all year round. I think that's what he's trying to claim.
Dude, Flat Earth Aussie, listen. An equatorial telescope mount works on a geometric principle. Perspective has nothing to do with how an equatorial telescope mount works. Perspective has nothing to do with it.
How does Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe, how does perspective work? Please, can you give me a system of equations that describes how that works? Can you demonstrate to me that you understand this concept?
Nope, I'm not giving him the answer. I'm going to shut up.
It's a really simple equation, right? There's
It really is.
Identity, and there are two values which both have dimensions of length. And they are the arguments to that trigonometric identity. So you know that.
That's a big hint, by the way. Trigonometry. Yeah, trigonometry. Shit. I was going to drag Dr. Bob. I think that's Bob the Science Guy, but I'm not sure.
It's an imposter. Dr. Bob could be anyone.
AP Science. Me. I'm raising my hand. Me.
Did anyway, so maybe he's not paying attention.
Planner.
Ahoy hoy.
There he is.
Sounds like Bob.
Ahoy hoy.
How's
We
it
have
going?
a Bob.
Second doctor in the house.
Yeah, Dr. Bob. Slightly better than the Bob that gives a 15 degree per hour drift.
Can I ruin it for the class? AP Science. Can I?
Okay, you can ruin it. You're allowed.
Okay, perfect. The law of perspective is alpha equals 2 times the arctan of G over 2R. And that equation does not say that an object is going to disappear bottom up arbitrarily at an arbitrary distance. Okay, I got that out of my system.
Okay. Did that really, did I basically just blue ball you?
Oh, God.
About the answer, Dan.
I need
intellectual equivalent of edging.
I need to go clean up now. Where's my tissues?
Well, here's the thing. When it comes to this equation, it's used in every 3D video game, at least somewhere.
That's the thing. I object to calling it the law of perspective because it's just fucking trigonometry.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's nothing special about it. Giving it the law of perspective makes
There's
it sound
nothing.
Like it's a special case. No, this is so fucking generic. You learn this at school. Come on.
Yeah.
Convergence is a real phenomenon. Yes, we know convergence is a real phenomenon, but guess what convergence means? That means an object is going to shrink in totality, not arbitrarily bottom up, you moron.
Yeah, actually. So that's the next question. Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe, please can you give me an equation that describes the condition for convergence and what the mathematical expression convergence actually means?
Oh God.
Distributing maths is reality, though.
Okay.
Come on. Okay, so there's a triangle involved, and it is upside down. There's a dot, and there's a big capital letter somewhere, and there's an arrow involved.
What do I have
and
here?
There's a greater than sign, and there's another number. What is that number?
Okay, I have Dove sensitive skin. All right, come on. Okay, let's do this. Let's lather up.
Is it 42?
Conspiracy cats have that tube of cream. That might help you.
Oh yes, and the scotch.
Yes, well, that's also helpful. Yeah.
Here's the problem, though. If there's a triangle involved, it's immediately Illuminati. So.
Yes, of course, but it's upside down. So is it anti-Illuminati?
That's funny.
But we all know that we're not going to get an answer from him because flat earthers avoid maths. To do
divergence
with
measurements.
Divergence is a very specific property of a vector field, and that's it. And it means that the gradient of that vector field with respect to distance is greater than 0. That's all it is. But yeah, if you're talking about convergence and divergence, no.
Unless it's so big, we can still see beyond your nearby ground convergence point. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Batista band. And angle packets. Cursing at Reds.
That is your answer, Reds.
The convergence point is horizontal to the eye of the viewer, so viewing height determines visible range, where the bottoms of tall objects begin to get obscured. So simple, a child should get it.
You know, I'm
not going to get it when it's wrong. That's not how convergence works. Convergence works if you had a perfectly flat Earth, and I had an object going away from me. I would see it get smaller and smaller and smaller in totality. It would not disappear arbitrarily bottom up and then eventually out of sight. Something external to the law of perspective is at work here. Maybe, I don't know, the curvature of the Earth?
Nah, can't be that.
I can't be that.
Nah.
I had a quick question for that. You mind?
Go ahead.
All right, so if I stick a coin on the wall of my hallway with the head side of the coin kind of on edge towards the wall, how far away do I have to move before I can't see that head anymore and I can only see the shoulders? Because, my eye's right next to the surface. No, but my eye's right next to the surface, so the bottom disappearing up would start with the head and then it work its way to the shoulders and stuff. So how far away do I have to be where I can't see the head, but I can't see the shoulders? I wonder if Aussie Jesus can figure that one out for me.
He can't.
Does it work on the side or just on the floor?
Well, you need a perfectly flat surface, I suppose, because, imperfections in the floor, we've all figured out that one out.
Yeah. By the way...
I'd have a perfectly smooth wall.
Yeah.
By the way, who wants to continue with this Ken Wheeler nonsense?
Oh, fucking I think we've done them. No.
Okay.
We have to.
So it'd be good to get his image off the screen.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking, because if now I can just switch to here, see how it's gone in Australia, see if there we go.
I might take this opportunity to bow out because I've got to go and do a few things. It's early in the morning still.
Okay.
So thanks for having me on, Planet Walk. Can I plug my video?
Sure, go ahead.
So go to my channel, Hugh Jarsz. I've released my very first video. I hope you like it. It's already had a response from Mr. Oakley, so there'll be another response video coming out. It's a collaboration with Crafty Keeler, so check out her channel as well. And hopefully you guys will like it and subscribe and all that sort of thing. Tick all the buttons as the fake Sir Six says. So thanks again. We'll talk to you next time.
All right. See ya.
Can you stick the link to it up in the chat? I'll go have a look.
I'm not a moderator, so I can't do that.
Yeah, I'll be able to get a link.
Hey, Planner, can I do something real quick?
What's that?
I just want to do a quick debunk. Should take about 60 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, so it says, Flat Earth Aussie says, if it was curvature, the object should be perpendicular to the curve, not leaning forwards back towards you. So basically, he's saying, why does it look like it's still looking up and down if we're on a curve? Okay, so let me figure this out. Okay, Google. 24.4 miles to kilometers. 39.268 divided by the product of 40,074, which is the circumference of the Earth, divided by 360. That would be 0.35 degrees. So at 24 miles from my Tampa observation, you should expect to see the tower leaning 0.3 degrees directly away from you. Good luck noticing that. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. I mean, I've actually, when I first got into this flat Earth stuff, I actually took some observations. Just really simple observations that I just used the camera. I'll see if I can actually find it. It was ages ago. Continue talking while I search it up.
I mean, did you know that Dove sensitive skin is for sensitive skin?
Is it really? Are you saying that the big soap companies, Unilever, are lying are actually being honest and lying to us?
All I'm saying is that the lubricating properties of this lotion is, wow, goddamn. you know what I mean? I mean, it's we're in the game now. This is good stuff.
and this conversation, I know that Dr. Bob is just listening in right now, and you shouldn't have to suffer this.
He came in and was like, damn it, Red's here.
Yeah.
I figured if you want to talk to me, you'd say something to me.
Hello. So you are participating. Howdy, how are you?
Howdy, howdy. Really big fan of your work, my man.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Oh, there's some...
Red, on the other hand, I like yours too.
Oh, Bob, you're so cute when you lie.
Here's
just so lousy at it.
Here's some really great evidence for the globe on screen.
That's great.
Yeah, someone explained that one to me. And also, if you look at the sails, look how they're relatively perpendicular to that horizon line, and note how there's no convergence or anything happening there.
Notice that we have enough angular size to work with where the available resolution of our eyes should be sufficient to see the whole thing, yet there's something in the fucking way.
Yeah, precisely. It's this whole angle of attack and the angular size. How is it that we can resolve the masts at the top, but we can't resolve the big fucking hull of the ship?
No, because the angular size formula works with the sails, and it should also work with the boat itself, right?
Yeah, but surely that is just ridiculous.
Reasons. It's curvilinear perspective, according to Blaine.
Wait a minute. So what you're saying is the law of perspective is bias. It likes the sails.
It's curvilinear. It likes to turn. Yeah.
It's curvilinear. So okay. Where are the higher order terms coming from?
Oh, I don't know. You'd have to ask Liam. He made them up.
Yeah. All right. So what? But I'm assuming the first order term is perspective.
Yeah.
And there's a second order term, called
magic. Yeah, we call it magic.
Magic. All right. And maybe a third order term called unicorn shit.
Unicorn farts.
Yeah.
Well documented. Well, actually, unicorn farts are the units of measurements. The third order term is reasons.
Reasons, yes, of course, that would make sense because I'm pretty sure that unicorn farts have dimensions of mass over volume.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the puffiness of them.
Yeah.
And the sprinkles and the sparkles.
Hey, Planner, you wanna do me a solid?
Yeah.
Tampa observation. Just type in Tampa Bay blink test into the YouTubes, and it will come up. Because there's actually something else that I don't tell people in that video that I want people to really understand. Because I have a question for Mr. Flat Earth Aussie over there.
Didn't take much to bring it up. I just had to type in TA. It's like immediately.
Your Google knows you.
Yeah,
Google knows you very well.
TNA and it comes up to red.
Yeah, well it's one of these.
Red.
That's
You're the
last thing
man.
I want to see when I.
Fast forward to the actual image that was taken.
Let me just. There we go.
All right, yeah. So if you look at the image where you see just Tampa, part of it disappear behind the fucking water. Guess what? I am looking in the same direction as all of MacDill Air Force Base. There's a spit of land that juts out from Tampa, and there is an actual military base there. Why am I not seeing it? Why is all of MacDill Air Force Base on?
Maybe it.
I've got.
Come on, man! Because it's secret.
It's secret. It's military hiding.
No, I've got it. The reason why it's hidden is because it was blown up, and that put it underwater.
All of MacDill Air Force Base is out of my view. It's out of my line of sight.
Yeah.
All of it is behind that giant hump of water that you see in the image.
No, it's high tech. It's high tech cloaking devices that are being held secret from the public, and that's what they were used for 5G as well, to give everyone, to make what was it?
That's what's causing that's what's causing coronavirus, right?
Yeah, and all of those things. Sorry, you just got demonetized. All those same technologies are used to hide the airbase, to ensure that the globe delusion is propagated, because the Air Force took a very deep interest in you, Reds, and they knew exactly that you would be there taking a photo, so they activated this technology to hide all of this and make you think that it is a globe, but secretly.
I see. And also for future, we will refer to the thing that's going on as the beer flu.
Yeah, the lager lurgy.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
So
Canada sank
anyway,
Canada sank MacDill.
All of MacDill Air Force Base.
It was a sneak attack. Didn't you catch it?
Oh yes, there's nasty Canadians. They're always invading and attacking, random countries all over the world.
Did say sorry.
So all of MacDill Air Force Base is invisible to me, and the reason is that it is well below the horizon. This is what you get with a curved surface.
Okay, here's something that we'll go through debunking. Right, I've gotten this. We'll go through this thing. We've got a bit of Team Skeptic. Got a bit of time zones. It's Ross Thatcher's Imgur thing. So first off, he's posting this image that I think he's saying that this shows a second sun. I don't know if people can see that. I'll zoom up so that.
Another Rahu?
Yeah. I think he's saying that it shows a second sun or something like that. Because you can see the sun, and then you can see this other thing that looks a bit like a sun.
Oh, that's Nibiru, man.
Like, I'm pretty sure it looks like one of these effects that you can get, which things are slightly refracted. There's this thing that I've heard about, like miraging. It's a particular miraging effect where you get a second image of the sun nearby. Looks a little bit like.
I don't really know what's going on in that, but I have seen even on my own camera where I get image of a bright object duplicated in there because of internal reflections of the lens, but I don't think that's what's going on here.
You can actually get a second image of the sun with the lenses.
Yeah, Nathan said it's the head of the guy that was in the last video, and so he's saying it's Ken Wheeler's head.
No, Ken Wheeler's head is not that bright.
One person says could be a reflection through a window.
That's a Photoshop. I thought window at first too, but they're different suns.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can go to the next one because it's got a whole lot of image. So, wait, I don't think that this is the right person.
Is this like proof flat Earth with memes kind of thing?
Basically,
I think it is.
Like he's saying, he's got general map of the world. Okay, then why can you fly from Australia to Santiago, Chile in a direct flight that goes south of New Zealand? That's something that I want to know. I'm going to take the tinfoil hat off because it makes me itchy behind the ears.
Because nature abhors New Zealand?
Well, true. I mean, that's why nature put all the orcs there and Saruman and shit.
True.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But they do have nice trout, though. That's the problem.
Mm.
Oh, he actually captioned it, said, 4 fanatics screaming for a map, you're welcome. And it's just, okay, there's so many things that wouldn't work on here, like a flight from Australia to Santiago, Chile that goes south of New Zealand just wouldn't work.
Yeah, I mean, from Australia to Santiago, that looks like it would pass over Mexico.
And let's pay no attention to the contradictory sun altitude angles.
Yeah, I mean, let's not pay attention to the whole concept of, summer and winter and that. In that map with the sun orbiting in the way it does, Australia would be really cold compared to the northern hemisphere. The northern hemisphere would be way too hot to support ice on the polar caps, and
no attention
night. Yeah, absolutely, because we all know that the northern coast of Russia is a beach resort. It's all really sunny and bright, and it's absolutely lovely. And we all know that the weather is just miserable in Australia. It's always cold, dank, and wet.
Yeah,
it's never sunny there.
And pay no attention to the fact that equatorial telescope mounts actually, work.
Yeah.
Here's another one that it has. It says in 1773. Captain Cook breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. During the voyage, lasting 3 years and 8 days, Cook and crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastlines, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive ice wall. And then he quotes Captain James Cook. The ice extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays.
In Z got the cool creatures, we got the deadly ones.
True. I'll just finish reading that out. Was illuminated by rays of light which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height. It was indeed my opinion that this ice extends quite to the pole, or perhaps joins some land to which it has been fixed since creation. Captain James Cook. And that doesn't actually prove flat Earth.
No, not at all. Yeah, we sailed around it. Yeah.
To be fair, though, I was just responding to John Rapp, I was disappointed when I went over to Australia. I personally didn't see a snake. So, disappointment. Other people I know...
We're trying.
Other people I know saw a snake, but I didn't. So, aren't there isn't snakes meant to be everywhere? And I was actually told beforehand that apparently, you know, when you're in Australia, you need to make sure that there's no snakes in your shoes.
I'm sure that's spiders. I think you'd notice a snake in your shoes.
Yeah, I think so.
20, 30 feet long, man. Oh, wait a minute. That's the spiders. The snakes are bigger.
I know. Why are you pronouncing it wrong?
Why am I pronouncing what wrong?
It's not snake. It's snack.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Snack.
It's a snack. I'm going to have a snack later.
I did see spoders, though. Not absolutely giant ones, just some of the standard spoders that are over there.
Yeah, but the absolutely giant ones are fine. It's the little ones that are the real danger, aren't they?
I have to test your guys' knowledge now. This is driving me crazy. So AB Science. If you're afraid of snakes, then what's it called?
Snakeophobia.
Correct. It's called a nope rope.
And what? Nope rope.
Yes, and
if nope rope.
Now, if you love the snake, what is it called? It's a boot noodle.
It's a boot noodle.
Yeah. Look at that snoot. Deserves a boot. Gotta name the parts of a snake.
The snake. Its neck.
Neck has noodle necks, peepers, smelly flickers, and nom nom seekers, and those are for fighting cheese boys.
What the fuck is happening right now?
Oh, and
is this the Florida thing?
No. In Florida, listen. In Florida, they're called many things. They're called slippery tube dudes, caution ramen, hazard spaghetti, and murder spaghetti.
I love it.
I just got to read out what
spaghetti. I like it.
What John Rapp said. He said, "Snakes hunt by sound. Your accent is too close to ours. Not enough of a tourist." And that's why I didn't see a snake. So Ross also put up this image here of the actual time zones on Planet Earth.
On Planet Walk? Have you got your own time zone?
And it says, with the sun acting as the hour hand of a 24-hour clock, wherever it is locally, it is roughly 12 p.m., the opposite side being 12 midnight. This color chart shows the actual time zones by nation. And, I mean, yeah.
Here's the funny story about the sun, is that the sun would be changing in angular size throughout the day if this model was true, and guess what? It doesn't.
Yeah, I've also got to wonder how you know, some places like New Zealand can have light when the sun is, you know,
mostly on the other side.
Yeah, like if the sun was all the way, let's say the sun was closer to South Africa, and it's the summer in New Zealand. I mean, how does that work when you know, places in the northern hemisphere that would theoretically be closer? How does that work? It just doesn't work.
Because you guys fail to understand the nature of light, dude. You said that light made sound. It was almost like it was that episode of Rick and Morty where the sun was rising and all you heard was Dad, how long are the days on this planet? 42 hours.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, because this is the fun bit about flat Earth, right? Because they just dismiss a bit of physics that you don't like to make this work. But for this to work, right, light has to travel in weird, bendy, curvy lines and stuff like that. for this to actually produce the actual illumination pattern that we observe. So this means that Maxwell's equations are wrong. And there's a problem with that, because if Maxwell's equations don't work, your video can't work.
You want to know what else would be a problem?
Everything, the whole universe would fall apart.
Pretty much, yeah. But just imagine you're on the beach with your significant other. Okay, it's getting romantic. It's getting nice, and you had a nice, very long evening, and the sun's coming up. And then as you go in for the kiss, and the music starts playing in the background, and there's nice, cool atmosphere, and then all of a sudden the sun goes.
The time it takes for Earth to a real day. It takes a bit longer to get to 24 hours.
So David Oliver sent a super chat for £5 saying 23 hours is the time it takes for Earth to rotate, a sidereal day. It takes a bit longer to get to 24 hours. And do you want to know how we know that? Does anyone want to take a guess?
Because it moves.
It kind of goes around the sun.
Is that a hint? We took a guess?
I want to know if... I actually want to know if Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe can take a guess as to how we know that the sun takes 23 hours, and Bob the Science Guy put it in the chat, 23 hours, 56 minutes and 4 seconds. I wonder if
Remember, the sun doesn't scream at you when it's rising.
I wonder... Oh, someone in the chat actually got it. Star observations. Like, essentially, you can look at the star observations and look at the stars and be like, okay, this star it takes 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds to get back to the exact same spot. So.
And by the way, those sky charts, observations of the sky, can also tell us a lot about the size of our solar system. Yeah. You know, another thing that Flat Earth Aussie said was impossible.
And let's go to this image. He's got this image of Team Skeptic and says, was just looking at this energy vampire on YouTube, and since I'm blocked from commenting on the live chat, I paused it randomly, and this was a screenshot I got off it. Truth haters tend to take on a look like this. Wooden stake through the heart might cure it. Look, I look nothing like Team Skeptic, okay? I look nothing like Team Skeptic, so... I mean, AB Science looks nothing like Team Skeptic. The only way that you could say that either of us look like Team Skeptic is when we formed that boy band, which lasted for like an hour and a half.
Ouch.
But your eyes, you all have two of them.
Well, I don't look like any of you guys. I'm hideously ugly.
Yeah, I've heard.
Oh, you have?
I've heard, I haven't seen.
Good. Otherwise, I would need to send you some Clorox eye drops.
Yeah, we've heard the rumors. I mean, Dead Kennedy in space reported back to us, and we had to give him some serious PTSD treatment.
Yeah. He posted on Twitter, "Hey guys, just met up with Red's Rhetoric, saw his face. So my funeral is on Saturday."
Yeah.
Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe said, "You're cool, Planet Walk. It's those Yankee globetards that take on the vampirish look." And I mean, what? I'm just thinking, you've got. I mean, Godless Engineer doesn't look like Team Skeptic. But there isn't...
Energy vampire?
What? Bob, are you a vampire? When was the last time you drank blood?
Yes, but my duties are largely ceremonial.
All right, okay, so you're not going to do an Andrew Wakefield and collect children's blood at birthday parties?
No.
No, not into that. All right, cool. Safe.
So even us energy vampires have our standards.
Fair enough. Yeah, I suppose.
So, here's another image by Ross, and it says southern star rotation, celestial equator, and I mean, here's the problem with using this as an argument. You should see a lot of things that we don't see. Like, I'm pretty sure we should see the stars sort of splitting away from each other at the equator.
That they don't move in circular patterns, but more like lopsided ovals.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Basically, his argument for using this refraction thing, it doesn't work. One person said, "Post Hugh Jarsz' link again." Give me a second.
Honestly, that circle or oval looks like someone was trying to draw a circle and then halfway through had a stroke.
Are we seriously looking at people's crayon drawings?
Those aren't circles, those are kidneys.
Only a vampire would really know that. I mean, only vampires.
A strong knowledge of anatomy.
The thing that he put is funny how things change with perspective. It's not perspective, it's refraction. Learn that there's a difference. Like, this is
action is different from perspective.
Yeah, like, this is the problem with arguing with flat earthers. Like, one thing that I should probably say is, before any argument with a flat earther, is, do you know the difference between perspective and refraction? If they cannot answer that, then then they're a little bit. I think they're a bit too stupid.
Just a little.
To be honest, I think you could have sussed that one out by them saying the Earth is flat.
True.
No follow-up required.
True. Then let's see what other images he has. He has a few more Rahu agains, maybe, but it's like I don't see anything that would suggest that there might be a Rahu. It says above to the left of the pine tree, and most definitely not a solar flea, as you can see it's partly obscured by cloud. Not the moon. Was a couple of weeks just before a partial lunar eclipse. Wait. I'm just thinking. Oh yeah, a couple of weeks before a partial lunar eclipse. But yeah, it's like...
Yeah, what are we looking at here?
The small dot. It's like very hard to see. I'm not sure what it is. It could be literally anything.
By the way, I can't see your screen on Discord. I'm actually looking at the live stream.
Yeah, if I go, I'll just go live again. Screen one. Go live. There we go. Should be able to see now. It's like this little thing right here.
There we go. Oh yeah, but that is very clear. Well, and that is one of those kind of internal reflections that you get along the aperture of your lens.
You know what?
Really cool.
One person said that one of those things was proof of Nibiru until they placed their finger, and now the Nibiru was on their fingernail.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's because, a few years ago, I think you guys in the US had the full eclipse. We didn't have that luxury. I think we only had a partial or something like that. And to photograph it with your phone, what you could do is just point your phone at the sun, but then angle it off a little bit. And then the internal reflections, as the really bright light bounces around the aperture of your camera, it creates a little phantom image on the side. And you can then actually see the shape and the progression of the eclipse, and that was kind of cool.
Yeah. What I would
seeing here basically.
What I would like for flat earthers to do is take a picture of the double sun with a proper solar filter. Down on all of that glare.
Oh, this is an interesting one.
Yeah, it says perspective and convergence and distance diminution effect. I mean, I think he's talking about diminution or something, but no, he says diminution.
Yeah, what's this supposed to show? This is a perfect demonstration of
of thing like
angular size is equal to tan over h2r.
I mean, you see how all of those pillars are getting smaller and smaller and smaller in totality?
Yeah,
Interesting.
And do you see how that slight change in the texture of the pillow, but halfway up the pillow, is roughly at the observer's height, and how that doesn't change.
Yeah, it says here two. He says okay. He says here. Here's a comment. What's below you appears to rise upwards, above you to sink downwards, and everything else towards the center of your field of view. The horizon is always at eye level for this reason. There is no escaping this natural law of perspective. And like he's right here when he says towards the center of your field of view, right?
Yeah, precisely.
And it's like
kind of curious as to why the bottom of those pillars don't disappear and we can still see the top.
Yeah.
Any of those flat Earth scholars out there have an idea as to why that would happen?
And also, he claims that this is the reason why the horizon is always rises to eye level. Now, even if you're on the Earth's surface, you'll notice that, and you measure it carefully, you'll notice that horizon's not at eye level.
The horizon
just go up in altitude.
Wait,
it doesn't rise to eye level.
The rising to eye level thing.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, and it never does. Interesting. It's I wouldn't know what you're talking about. It's not like I did this observation back on August 20th of 2018 on my video Flat Earth Horizon Drop with Altitude as seen from a DJI Mavic Pro Alpine Wide Edition. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
No. Oh, hold on.
I'm wondering what this is about. He says, take the CHN out of change and you have age. LOL. And he says, this guy used to be funny almost. Now you watch him going into decline. I really feel we should do more to save the orangutans.
What? That does not make sense at all.
I'm not sure what he's going on about. Like, is Ross a climate change denier?
He probably is. I mean, he's a Holocaust denier.
Why the fuck not at this point?
I mean, he's a flat earther.
Exactly.
Yeah, like there's. I mean, like one of the things that helped me learn a lot about climate change was that crazy cat lady, looking into.
Yeah, you did a lot of research on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't find that shit in, to be honest.
I wanted to make sure I was thorough with that.
There was so much fucking wrong with it. It was incredible.
All right, what else do we have here that's actually worth a damn?
He says it only took until 2011, and it says here first ever direct measurement of Earth's rotation. And it says scientists have just plotted changes in Earth's axis through laboratory measurements. To do this, they constructed the world's most stable ring laser. Previously, scientists were only able to track shifts in the axis indirectly by monitoring fixed objects in space. Capturing these shifts is crucial for navigation systems.
Yeah,
so is he agreeing that the Earth rotates now?
He's saying, I'm pretty sure he's saying, well, how come it only took till 2011 to directly measure the Earth's rotation?
Well, the thing is, right, and this is about distinction of direct and indirect measurements. I'm not quite sure that is quite right, that was the first direct measurements of the Earth's rotation. But, you can take spectrographs of the sun's emission lines, and you'll notice that the emission lines, if you've got sufficient resolution, and they will systematically shift throughout the day. And these are tiny effects that you can measure due to the rotation of the Earth because of the Doppler shift. Now, you need some really sensitive equipment, but it is possible.
You know what I would do? I wouldn't even go that far. I'll just go ahead and give that to them. Fine. The first ever direct measurement of Earth's rotation was back in 2011, which means ever since 2011, you motherfuckers have had no excuses.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah. Essentially, what they'll do is they'll take something like they'll take something out of context. Like when I was arguing with Wotan, one of the things that he did is he took an article out of context, basically saying because G was out by this certain amount that you couldn't use it. And it's like, well, actually, we've been making our measurements more precise. And I actually came up with an analogy of driving a car, right? Just say you measure your tire really accurately. There would still be a little bit out that it would still be a little tiny bit out, and you could probably the more you measure your tire, the more you can get it more accurate. But when it comes to, he also tried to say that because the far away stars are moving faster than expected, that debunks gravity because apparently gravity can't account for that. And it's like, well, actually, we can still use gravity because, you know, when it comes to things like using the tire analogy again, essentially, if I measure my tire really accurately and it works, when I drive around town, it always works. I always get the right amount of kilometers that I've done. But then I go try and travel across the US, right? And all of a sudden, I'm getting massively different readings to the distance that I actually traveled, right? Maybe I'm measuring that I'm traveling more of a distance than what I'm actually traveling. Then it's like, okay, it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that I can't use my tire size for small trips. It just means that when I'm on larger scales, like I might be driving through an icy terrain, which means that the wheels are going to spin more because of less traction. So I need to make sure that I account for that. It's just, you know, there's other variables that will come into play. And
as time goes on, those small variations add up.
Yeah. And I actually recently found a good reason for why dark matter might be a thing. And the reason why dark matter would be a thing is simply because there's places in the universe where there isn't any. And that's why dark matter is the leading hypothesis, because there are places in the universe, like our galaxy, which we have a lot of dark matter. Then there are some galaxies which appear to have no dark matter. And if it was just a problem with gravity itself, then would be something that would be a problem everywhere. But it's not in every galaxy, which is rather interesting.
Yeah.
What's this? He said, perpendicular. I have no idea. The chemtrail and all the wires are parallel to the ground. The pole is perpendicular. Perspective, bitches.
Ball.
I would really like to understand the Great Attractor. Apparently a spot in the universe all galaxies are getting pulled towards it.
AB Science, do you know, wait, is AB Science here?
I don't go that far into it. I stick with the shape of the Earth and our solar system. If they want to discuss something external to that, fine, but I find it completely irrelevant to the shape of the Earth, which is what arguing with flat earthers should be about.
Yeah.
The shape of the Earth. I don't need to understand how the galaxy is rotating or in what direction the galaxy is traveling to understand the shape of the planet I happen to be living on.
Yeah. Well, I do like these interesting questions, and yeah, I have heard about the Great Attractor. Like, the Great Attractor is essentially a point which appears at galaxies, and this is not all galaxies in the universe. It's It's just the galaxies that are nearby that are getting pulled to the Great Attractor. So yeah, it's like there is.
Are there images are in this stockpile, and what's the stockpile supposed to be?
Oh, this is Ross Thatcher's stockpile of images. He's saying the chemtrail and the wires are parallel to the ground. The pole is perpendicular. Perspective, bitches. I mean, yeah, you can line things.
Not sure what this is supposed to demonstrate.
Basically, he's lined up the pole and the contrail, right, to be parallel in the image, and he said that that they're parallel to the ground and the pole is perpendicular to the ground. I think he's trying to use that as evidence for. Like this person said, don't, like there are people saying, "Don't you mean contrails?"
Yeah.
One person says, "Those darn chemtrails raining vaccine steroids."
Well, when you believe one conspiracy, I guess you have to believe all of them.
Yeah.
The Earth is supposedly flat. Vaccines cause autism. That chemtrails are a thing. GMOs are going to be the end of humanity. Basically, pick your poison.
And he's trying. Like, here's the thing when he says about depth perception. Like, depth perception is usually more to do with stereoscopic views. So, 2 eyes. But yeah, even if we ignore that little nitpick, like, it still doesn't show anything disappearing bottom up.
Yeah, and also, I believe that bridge is the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, which Soundly has already shown conclusively that it does indeed curve with the Earth.
Yeah. And then there's...
Unless they want to ignore that little detail.
Okay, here's something don't think I've seen. The era in perspective, which is almost universally committed, consists in causing lines dissimilarly distant from the eye to converge to one and the same vanishing point, whereas it is demonstrable that the lines most distant from an eye line must of necessity converge less rapidly and must be carried further over to the eye line before they meet the angle 1 minute, which constitutes the vanishing point.
That's not how that works. That's not how any of that shit works. That's not how that works at all.
Yeah, like this image here doesn't seem quite... doesn't actually seem to make any sense to me.
Yeah, so let's see. The light coming from an object heading towards your eye is just going to arbitrarily bend in random directions because why? Because Illuminati? Because magic? Unicorn farts? What is the reason why light coming from an object would act in this way? Only affect the light that's closer to the ground rather than light that is further away from it. Why does only the bottom of this angular diameter cone get affected, but not the top?
I actually need to make a video on this, because some people will say, the bottom half is the angular resolution of the bottom half is too small, and it's like, okay, why is half the angular resolution too small to see, but the other half is perfectly fine with being seen in a surprising amount of detail? It's not just and they try and break it down and say, well, this little tiny bit has too small of an angular resolution, but just because a tiny bit doesn't have enough angular resolution doesn't mean that half of it doesn't have enough angular resolution. It makes no sense.
Yeah, light does not work like that. Light does not arbitrarily shift directions like that. It just doesn't. It just fucking doesn't.
Yeah.
If you look at any object moving away from you, it will disappear in totality. That means it will shrink uniformly. on all sides. Exactly what this guy who's been posting these images has already said. Now what he's saying is that no, the bottom part of this, let's call it a perspective cone, the bottom part of this perspective cone is special. Why is it special? I don't fucking know. I'm not telling you. Magic! Why is the bottom part of this, again, we're calling it a perspective cone. Why is the bottom part of this perspective cone magic?
Because magic. But one thing that I do want to say, we've gone through Ross's full thing. Like, there's a few other images that don't really. Well, I suppose he's got his sunlight, daylight, noble guesses, and it doesn't really make sense. Like, I'm confused as to why different noble guesses are illuminated depending on. Hang on. One person says, not only that, but if the bottom was a too little angular resolution, why doesn't the top disappear first? Which, thanks to trigonometry, is further away. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, why does the top not disappear? Which is, when you look at it trigonometry, it's because if the object is taller. If the object is taller than you, then definitely be further away because,
If you drew lines of sight between yourself, the bottom of the ship, and from yourself to the top of its masts, the line from you to the top of its masts would be the hypotenuse of a right triangle.
Yep.
The hypotenuse is the longer side.
Yep.
So it's actually further away from you. So based on what they think the law of perspective is, actually the top should disappear first because it's further away from you. But that's not what we see. The bottom disappears first, even though it's closer. Interesting.
But one thing that I'm gonna do is I'm starting to get a little bit tired because I woke up like at 6 a.m. and I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I'm also hungry. I only had like a few cookies, which were the cookies.
That means I have to put my lotion away. Man, you're no fun.
Well, what's his name? Multi Dum Dum wasn't any fun because he decided, I'm not going to show up until it's like 7 a.m. UTC, and I was thinking, that's a long time away. Like, where does I don't even know where he lives. Like, that would be him in some place like Australia. I don't know if Multi Tom Tom is Australian. But yeah, he decided to disappear on us all. So.
Oh, he also decided to tuck his tail and run away from me after he said that I was running away from him, which is funny, very funny actually.
Yeah, it always amazes me.
But I don't want Red Shredder to make money. Okay, fine. I'll do it on a channel that I don't control and that I don't profit from. So let's do it there. Or if you want, I can unmonetize my entire channel for the entire duration of the hangout. So I won't make any money off of it.
Yeah.
And if I have it on someone else's channel, I'll also pledge in front of everyone to not mirror it. So again, I won't make any money off of it. So, what is that? What's that? Because I'll debunk you for free. That's why.
Yeah. At this point, like for a lot of people, debunking flat earthers is a hobby, not a job. You know.
I don't understand why people think that's going to deter me from debating anyone. If you think I debunk idiots on the internet for any other reason other than I'm bored, then dude, you and I have got to have a chat.
Yeah.
I'm going to get it going too. I'm going to get something to eat.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go to the outro. Leave a like and subscribe, and leave a comment on what you'd like to do. I'm thinking next week I'll do like a quiz show. in which I'll see if I can get AB Science, teams. I'm trying to get Team Skeptic, but he hasn't responded to me. Trying to get Fight the Flat Earth. He's responded, but haven't confirmed him. And I'm trying to get Conspiracy Cats as well, who has responded, and he seems like he'll be on. So yeah, hopefully I can have a quiz show going. It's not going to be a serious one. It's going to be one of these ones which the answers, like the sillier the answer, the better. You know, nothing serious. And see what happens there. We're gonna have a few rounds of different styles, and yeah, it'll be a little bit like QI is something that a lot of people have likened it to. So, and most people apparently know what QI is. I'm not that old, but anyway, I will see you in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching.
Induction. 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 Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. Sphere. Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. Sphere. Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. Sphere. Ball. Induction. Ball. Induction. Sphere. 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 Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. 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 Sphere.
Gravity is not an autonomous field modality.
The fuck did you just say?
Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball.